Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Sterling. I'm Provost here at Imperial College. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you all to this conference on behalf of the College, this conference on new frontiers in health policy, innovation and incentives in public health and healthcare, organised by our Centre for Health Economics and Policy Innovation. A particularly warm welcome to those of you visiting Imperial for the first time. I hope you have an enjoyable and rewarding day with us. We are delighted to welcome a number of guests from overseas institutions. So if I could give a particularly warm welcome to Professor Guido Rassi, Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, to Professor Roberto Di Lauro, Scientific Attaché of the Italian Embassy, and Professor Fernando Araujo, who's the Secretary of State for Health in the Ministry of Health in Portugal, and other representatives of the Italian and Portuguese embassies. A welcome to Richard Torbett, who's the Executive Director for the Association of the British Pharmaceutical Industry. To all those and to everyone else, a very warm welcome. Imperial strategy, we're in the middle of a 5-year strategy. It sets out very clearly our ambitions in education and research. As far as research is concerned, we are aiming to address the great global challenges that we face, and of course health and well-being is one of those. We're very proud of the fact that when we address these global challenges at Imperial, we do so in a very multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, collaborative way, and you'll hear in a moment some examples of the various projects that we're working on in the health and health policy area, and you'll hear how it does involve people working from right across the college. In particular for the event today, it's a particular focus on the work of our business school with the other faculties, Faculty of Medicine, Engineering and Science. I hope you have a very, as I say, interesting and enjoyable day. I will now like to hand over to my colleague, Professor David Gann, who's Vice President for Innovation, to tell you a little bit more about our work in this important area. So, David.
Thank you, James. Good morning, everyone. I extend my welcome to those I haven't met already this morning, and you're very welcome here. And I know, looking at the guest list, a number of you from other institutions that we're very proud to collaborate with, London School of Economics and others here. And, you know, that really sets the scene, I think, for the day that Imperial College is open for collaboration to develop ideas that will solve some of the pressing problems that the world faces. As James mentioned, Imperial is a very multidisciplinary place these days, and for those who don't know us very well, we comprise a medical faculty, an engineering faculty, a science faculty, and the business school. And you'll notice that we don't have social sciences and humanities like many universities, and for that reason, if not for others, we're pleased to be collaborating with many of our colleagues from other great institutions. We had, for some of us, we started the morning with a tour in the data Observatory at Imperial College, and I'll just say a few words about data, because this will come up, I think, during the morning, that data is the new scientific infrastructure, actually. The way we collect data, process it, analyze it, interpret it, the development of artificial intelligence and the tools to enable that are becoming more and more powerful. And of course, in health, this is a huge opportunity. It's also liberating opportunities across the social science divide. We're understanding behaviors in ways we could never have dreamed of before. And I hope some of these ideas will come through. And I thought, just to give a taster for this, we have, for example, work on respiratory diseases and climate change. And of course, that truly is a collaborative endeavour between scientists in many different disciplines. At Imperial, we're really investing and developing our capabilities, to build these multidisciplinary capabilities. And in our new campus at White City, we're in the middle of constructing the Michael Uren Bioengineering Hub, which will be one of the world's largest facilities to bring medicine, engineering, science, business together in order to work on novel solutions. Areas like synthetic biology, work on antimicrobial resistance, targeting malaria. Imperial has just announced a $17.5 million grant from the Open Philanthropy Project, work on schistosomiasis in Africa, and so on. Some of the new things that we're doing don't sit within what you would call the formal regulated healthcare environment. They're on the health and well-being side. A new nutrition science institute launched recently with Nestlé, looking at food and digestive health and brain health associated with what one eats. So I hope that that gives a sprinkling of some of the exciting touch points that will fuel up our conversations. Imperial College is also extremely international in its endeavours. A diabetes centre in the UAE, a medical school in Singapore, a school of public health, which works all over the world. And finally, I hope you might get some insights into how entrepreneurial we are. We run a lot of entrepreneurial activities with our students and staff, and we are proud to sometimes start up or spin out novel technologies. The eye knife is one of those, a surgeon's tool that sniffs the vapors from cells that are being sintered, and then does a chemoprofiling of those in almost real time, and will tell the surgeon whether he or she has taken out, excised all the tumorous tissues or not, which makes for accuracy in cancer treatments that we couldn't have dreamed of before. Things like DNA Electronics, Chris Tumazu's company, which is a lab on a chip, which will do DNA analysis out in the field. One use of that is to diagnose hospital-acquired infections in situ, rather than waiting for the path lab to send results back 36 hours later, sadly, by which time people often have rigor mortis rather than the right treatment. So that gives you a little flavour for Imperial. I'm going to hand over to Franco to launch the day's discussions, and wish you a very productive discussion. And let's hope for outcomes that result in collaborative projects, new ideas that we can all work on together. Thank you, and Franco.
Thank you, James, and thank you, David. Secretary Araujo, Professor Razi, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues. I'm particularly pleased to welcome you today at Imperial College Business School, and I especially welcome those, I'm looking at the camera, watching us from the overflow room. I'm really sorry that we didn't have space for everyone in this room, but hopefully the afternoon will be a bit more relaxed and there will be more space. And also the people who are watching us remotely through the YouTube link. So welcome everyone. I'm very pleased to use this opportunity, the opportunity given by this conference, to formally launch the Center for Health Economics and Policy Innovation, of which I'm the director, which has been born a few months ago, but as I say now, we are trying to make it known to the wider world, partly through this conference. So the center was born with a great ambition, the ambition to make a difference in health policy. What we aim to do is sound research that is policy relevant and can support governments throughout the world making better policies to address today's major health challenges. We have called this particular event, this conference, New Frontiers in Health Policy, conscious that we are at a turning point in the development of our health systems. The trends that we have been observing over the past few years are such that we need a radical change in the way we make health policy. And we need this in a number of areas that we will explore during the day, during the course of the day. So I will use, I have a PowerPoint presentation if I may have it. I need to have my slides on. So if I may use this opportunity to illustrate some of the results of a project in which our center is involved, which is a collaborative project funded by the European Commission under Horizon 2020. The principal investigator of this project is sitting here with us, is Professor Jean-Paul Moiti from the University of Aix-Marseille. And the project involves a number of organizations in Europe, including the OECD and a number of research organizations. And as part of this project, which is essentially a foresight project in which we are trying to assess future scenarios for the health of Europe in 2030 and 2050, we have carried out a large survey, a Delphi-type survey of key stakeholders throughout Europe, and we have identified 8 key trends that we believe will shape the future of health and healthcare in Europe in the years to come. And you see those trends listed in this slide, essentially how we are going to do on inequalities in society, even before inequalities in health, how the economy is going to do, how we're going to be able to increase productivity, what innovation we're going to be able to produce and adopt in medicine and health in general, what degree of citizen empowerment we're going to see in the future, what impacts there will be from climate change and decarbonization, what the demographic trends and migration trends will mean for European health systems, whether urbanization will continue at the pace that we have seen in the past few years, and what type of urbanization we're going to have, and what trends we're going to see in agriculture and global food chains. So I don't want to go through all of these in detail, but just a few considerations on how we have been seeing this trend developing over the past few years. Inequality is a critical issue globally. We have seen, we are seeing unprecedented levels of inequality between countries and within countries throughout the world. In the European Union, inequality has been increasing consistently, not in all countries, but consistently and in most countries. Portugal is an exception, perhaps, where inequality has been decreased slightly over the past few years, but generally in most countries it has been increasing, partly in connection with the economic crisis. Productivity and economic growth also is an area where we have seen very depressing trends, one of the longest recessions that humankind has known in the past few years, with major consequences on European economies and unemployment and health in the long term. These have produced effects on healthcare systems. These are data that OECD has been collecting, showing a dramatic drop in the funding of healthcare systems as a consequence of the economic crisis. And as you can see, in the European countries that are part of the OECD, the grey line in the graph, the drop has been particularly sharp, right down to negative levels of growth. So that means that many European health systems have actually been shrinking in the past few years as a consequence of the economic crisis. Innovation in medicine. There are areas where innovation is still buoyant, and we can clearly be pleased of the degree to which medical technology and medical innovation are progressing. But there are also areas that are very important, like the pharmaceutical sector, of which we will talk a lot in the first session of this conference, where innovation has been sluggish, to say the least. We've had plummeting returns to research and development, very few and decreasing numbers of innovative drugs. The blockbuster drug era has come to an end. Medicines now, particularly the innovative ones, come at very high prices. This graph shows, and bear in mind that this is a logarithmic scale, so the drop is a lot more dramatic than the slide shows the decrease in the number of new drugs per billion US dollars invested in research and development over time from 1950. Climate change and decarbonization is an area which we will explore at length in the first session in the afternoon. Clearly, we know that we thought we had achieved a breakthrough with COP21 and the Paris Agreement. Now all of this has been thrown into disarray once again by changes in policy in major countries that had signed up to that agreement. Demographic trends are also causing a lot of concern. What we have seen in terms of old age dependency ratio in the European Union is that we are predicting over the next 20 years an increase in old age dependency ratio for all of the European Union that is equivalent to the increase that we have seen in the past 65 years. So we are seeing a dramatic acceleration of the aging of European populations. And if we calculate what that translates to, just as an effect of aging, in terms of increase in chronic non-communicable diseases, we can predict by 2050, and these are preliminary analyses done in the context of the Fresher project, we can predict about a 30% increase in the cases of number of new cases of cancer every year, and almost a 100% increase in the number of new cases of cardiovascular disease each year in the European Union. Agriculture and food chains. Agriculture is an area where there's been increasing innovation, but all innovation has been geared towards increasing productivity of food production and lowering the prices of foods at the point of consumption. What we are also seeing, which is certainly not welcome news for health systems, is an epidemic of obesity that has been linked to trends, partly linked with trends in agriculture and food systems, which has been increasing relentlessly over the years. These are the latest data that have been published by the OECD just a few days ago in a series that I started in 2010. You see projections of further increases in obesity that keep going higher and higher over time and consistently across different OECD countries. Now, all of these trends and how and why health policy must change dramatically. We talk a lot about disruptive innovation in the business school, and disruptive innovation is exactly what we need at this point in health policy, because to face those trends that have been, as I say, consistently causing concern in the future developments of healthcare systems, we need new policy solutions and policy solutions that are adequate for addressing those trends. So in the first session, we'll assess challenges in healthcare innovation and how countries can develop policies to promote innovation, both the creation and the adoption of innovation, particularly in the pharmaceutical sector, but also across health systems. In the afternoon, we are going to have two sessions in which we're going to address global health challenges first in the session immediately after lunch, looking at a number of key public health issues that we are facing globally and the solutions that have been developed partly with the help of health economics and health policy research. And the final session this afternoon will address the use of incentives as a way of improving efficiency and quality in healthcare systems, different types of incentives. So I will stop here. I will not dwell further on these issues because there will be time during the day to do this, and I will hand it over to Paul Sims, who is the chairman of I4Pharma, who is a specialist in pharmaceutical innovation in the pharmaceutical sector, who has kindly accepted to moderate all three sessions in our conference, and he will tell you also more, going back to our friends in the overflow room, how you can actually participate actively in the debate through a web-based platform that he will mention in a moment. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning to you. Thank you, Franco. Thank you, James. Thank you, Jack. Very exciting day we're going to have today. But the first thing I'd like you to do is to take your mobile phone out of your pocket, please. if that's all right. I know you've all got one. So I am watching. And if you could, I hope you've managed to log on to the Wi-Fi, but even if not, I need you to go to this website. It's either sli.do, Slido, or just slido.com. Either one will work. And then you need to enter CHEPI, obviously the Centre for Health Economics and Policy Innovation, CHEPI. And you see when you get there, there's already something for you to do. So all of those of you in this room, all of those of you in the overflow room, and everyone at home will be able to have a better discussion this way. Of course, there will be microphones for questions during the panel sessions after the talks. But my hope is that today can be very much a conversation, and we'd very much like each of you to ask a couple of questions this way during the day today. And yes, I will be watching to see who's doing it. No, I'm joking. You can actually ask anonymously, which could make for some interesting contributions. We'll have to see about that. At the moment, you will see that I've put in a little simple little vote question there just to get you all going. When in doubt of how to engage an audience, Donald Trump is a very effective way of doing so. So do feel free to answer that. And I'm going to see if I can flick this screen over here and we can see the results. A huge surprise, I'm sure you'll agree. Okay. Right, so everyone's comfortable with that? We're not going to be doing any more polling. The main thing you're going to be doing is asking the questions. So looking forward to your questions. I would like to get on with introducing the next session, which will come from two legends at Imperial, James Barlow and Marissa Murildo. And they're going to be setting out a framework to assess health systems' ability to both adopt and create sustainable innovation in healthcare and pharmaceuticals. And they're going to try and do this in only 15 minutes, which I think is ambitious. But if anyone can, these two can. James is a professor of technology and innovation management here since 2003. And his latest book on managing innovation in healthcare was published just earlier this year. Marissa is an associate professor in health economics and came here in 2008 and recently joined Health Parliament Portugal. Very exciting, as we will hear more about, no doubt. So if you want to come to the stage.
Right, thanks, Paul. So whilst we're waiting for the slides, I'm just going to say that I'm going to try and convince you in the next 8 minutes or so that we need to develop a global index of healthcare innovation. Because whilst we think we know a lot about innovation in healthcare, actually we know very little. So I'm just going to sketch out some thoughts on that and then hand over to Marissa, who'll talk a bit more about innovation in the pharmaceutical sector and work that's been done here in the business school. So innovation is something that obsesses government, policymakers involved in healthcare, the healthcare industries, academics, healthcare providers. Just in the last 10 years in the UK, there have been all those major inquiries into the need for innovation in the NHS and the UK economy in healthcare and why it's not happening. So lots and lots of talk about innovation in healthcare and the need for it. And there's lots of received wisdom about healthcare innovation. So certainly in the UK, we think we're very good at it, at creating innovations. We've got a very dynamic life sciences, biopharma, medtech industry. Huge amount of money spent on the creation side. That's the green bar on the far left of that graph there. So vast amounts of funding goes into supporting the creation of innovations in healthcare. Very little goes into adoption and diffusion. But we think we're pretty good at the healthcare industries. We think we're pretty bad at adopting innovations in healthcare. All those excuses are very, very familiar. I'm sure they'll be familiar for those of you who come from different countries. I've certainly heard them all over the world. Innovation is difficult. So lots and lots of new products, lots of new innovations, difficult to get taken up. And to some extent, that's borne out by the evidence. This is from some work done by colleagues in the Institute for Global Health Innovation here at Imperial College, which was a survey of 2,000 key decision makers in healthcare around the world, and who were asked where they felt key new innovative ideas were coming from, which countries. And certainly the UK and the US down the bottom there, Germany, Canada, are seen as major sources of new ideas. So that notion that we create a lot of new innovations in healthcare is to some extent borne out by some research. There is, of course, also evidence that there are huge variations in the take-up of innovations in healthcare. That's from the Medical Innovation Scorecard in the UK. And the dark regions on the graph, on the map there, are where they've been very good at taking up this particular innovation, whatever that is, cardiac compound something, I'm not sure what that was now. So there are huge variations, both locally and also compared to other countries. So it's perceived that some other countries are better at adopting innovations than others. Now, we know a lot about the barriers to the adoption of innovation in healthcare. There's vast amounts of research over the last 20 years or so looking at the organisational funding, structural barriers to the adoption of innovations. We know a lot about how industry and researchers can be better supported in creating new innovations. What we don't really know is how those differences between countries bear out in terms of a country's innovativeness in its health sector. And we would argue that a tool which allows us to benchmark countries, compare countries in terms of their health innovativeness is a good idea. It's a good idea both for policymakers. It would allow policymakers to pinpoint what's working, what's not working in terms of that particular country's institutional and financial infrastructure for supporting innovation. It would allow it to identify bottlenecks. That's just an example from another index, nothing to do with healthcare, but it just shows where the UK stands in particular pillars of innovation support compared to other parts of the world. And an index would also help the health technology sector as well. It would allow us to understand better which countries are attractive, both as markets for products and as sources of innovation and locations for research and development. So we need an index, I think. There are other indices of global innovation in general, not specifically focused on a particular industrial sector. Those are just some examples. And there are even a few simple, and I stress the word simple, comparative indices of health innovation. And what those indices show are just a few tantalizing glimpses into how different countries perform. And interestingly, the UK actually doesn't come out too badly in those two particular indices, PwC and Deloitte one. But they are simple. They're by no means sophisticated indices and nothing like the bigger, more established indices of innovation globally. We've been doing a bit of work over the last year or so to try and begin to think about how one might develop such an index of global health innovation. Funded partly through the Policy Innovation Research Unit, which is funded by the Department of Health itself. And first thing we did was to look at all the established innovation indices. to try and look at what the development challenges were in relation to how you might create such an index. And they fall into three categories. First of all, you need to make a decision about whether you're focusing on the creation of new innovations, their adoption, or both of them. And I would argue we need to do both, actually, in healthcare. You then need to think about the construction of that index. What are the different pillars that support innovation? What do we know from the existing research? What weights do we attach to them? What are their relationships? What are their dynamics? And then there's a huge issue around data and how we collect and clean data which marks or acts as a tracer of either the creation of innovation or its adoption in healthcare. Big issues there. But they're not insurmountable. All those issues were addressed in these other global innovation indices. And those innovation indices are widely used by policymakers and industry and academia around the world and have been around for many, many years. Just to wind up by giving you a flavour of what we've been doing in the last few months, really, which is to try and create a prototype of a global health innovation index. We've looked at the literature on what the pillars that support health innovation might be. As I say, voluminous work on this over many years. Tried to think about which of those pillars might be indicators of the creation of new innovations and which of them are indicators of adoption, and then what the broader context might look like. Nothing in that very high-level diagram about relationships or weights or anything, but those are the kinds of areas where one needs to collect data if one's developing an index. And then we've also started to look at some markers of innovation adoption in health, both drugs, medical devices, and procedures and organizational innovations. This is where it starts to get very tricky. First of all, you need to make decisions about what you're actually choosing as a marker of innovation. We've just picked a few that are innovations which are widely accepted as being desirable, needed, but are differentially taken up around the world. There's just a couple of areas, cardiac angioplasty, statins, which just shows the range of scale and pace of adoption in different countries. So huge issues around data collection. So really just to conclude, I would suggest that if we're going to talk about innovation in healthcare, we do need to understand a bit better where different countries stand in relation to each other in terms of both the creation of health innovations and their adoption, their uptake. So a Global Health Innovation Index is needed. We're pushing forward to try and create a prototype on a wing and a prayer now. We don't have any funding at the moment, so if anybody's got any deep pockets, please come and see me afterwards. And the next steps really are about developing a strong theoretical framework, refining the innovation tracers, and collecting data, neither of which is a small task. So thank you. I'm going to stop there, and I know this will come up again in discussion. So thank you.
So my name is Marisa Miraldo. I'm here today. Well, first, thank you for coming here, listening to the research that we are carrying here at the business school. Today, I want to tell you about two specific examples of innovation challenges by focusing on the different phases of the innovation process, namely the development, adoption, and diffusion. And I'm going to do that by looking at two different types of innovation. First, innovation in the pharmaceutical sector, and then secondly, in surgical interventions. This is joint work I'm going to present here today. The first part with Peter Smith, that is here in the room somewhere, and Eliana Barreño, and the second part with my colleague Cara Proper and Eliana Barreño, and the second part is generously funded by the Health Foundation, and we really appreciate that. So the first thing I'd like to say is that when we are looking at innovation process, we need to take into consideration that it is quite complex. It involves a multitude of stages and a multitude of stakeholders. And if in the design of incentives and policies and interventions to foster innovation to address key areas of need, it matters to understand the specificities of each of these phases and what are the success factors in each of these phases. While there is substantial amount of research done in value assessment, we know much less with regards to the R&D process that is often a black box. We know very little about what leads decision makers to adopt specific innovation and also about the diffusion of innovation. So what I want to do today is to give you a very brief description of some of the results that we've been doing in these three areas. The first bit on R&D process in the pharmaceutical context. So when we started this research program, our first question was really, do we have innovation in key areas of need? So is the innovation out there addressing our biggest needs? So what we did was to merge these, create this very large data set that combines global innovation, so all R&D projects across all disease areas, all therapeutic indications for a long time series. And then we simply decided to look at how the distribution of innovation measured by market launch of new drugs compares to distribution of need across the different disease areas. And when we look at all diseases together, what we found is this picture. So in this picture on the horizontal axis, you have diseases ranked according to the burden of disease from the lowest to the highest, and on the vertical axis, what you have is the cumulative share of drugs launched in the market for each disease area. So what we find is actually, looking at this picture, that market launches and innovation tends to follow the burden of disease. Of course, when we look at the specific disease areas, what we find is some inequalities in innovation. So this is an example for neoplasms, and we see that those curves are more bowed to the right, meaning that innovation tends to be skewed in these areas towards disease areas with associated with the highest disease burden. Of course, you have also the other side of the coin. So you have disease areas like mental and behavioral disorders for which we have a concentration on innovation towards disease areas that are associated with a small fraction of the burden of disease in healthcare systems. Now, this is very descriptive. Of course, we don't really know what's behind this. It could be that this is due to strategic decisions in terms of investment or resource allocation across the different disease areas. But it could also be, and that's perhaps the case for mental health conditions, that it's harder to innovate in certain disease areas. So there is a lot of failure. So of course, if we are in a context of designing optimal policies to foster innovation, it matters to understand what are the key factors that correlate with failure throughout the R&D process. So that's what we did next, and we look at two specific factors that have been highlighted in economic literature of correlating with failure during the R&D process, namely competition and collaboration. Competition, we looked at competition in the market, we look at competition within the R&D process, and in terms of collaboration, we have two indicators. The first is whether an R&D project is carried purely by private firms, and the second is whether there's a presence in a research consortia of a top 100 firm. And we look at how these factors correlate with failure, both in success, both in discovery and market launch. So what we found is that market competition tends to increase the likelihood of failure, or correlates with likelihood of failure in discovery. The projects that are carried purely by the private sector in comparison to projects that are research collaborations between academia and the private sector tend to have higher chances of succeed in discovery. And the presence of a top 100 firm in discovery tends to be correlated with higher degree of failure. For market launch, we found that R&D competition increases the likelihood of success of a drug going from phase 3 trials to market launch, and the presence of a top 100 firm also increases the chances of success. So without want to go too much into these results, what these results seems to suggest is that competition and collaboration matter, market signals are important, and therefore it's important to understand that when we are designing policies and interventions that will affect competition or collaboration, these will end up having a sort of a spillover effect on failure in the R&D process and in innovation. So the second results that I want to show you here today have to do with adoption and diffusion of innovation. And we have chosen a very specific setting that is colorectal cancer, because it's a disease area associated with high disease burden in most of high-income countries. Also, and we have chosen a specific type of innovation that is a surgical innovation for the simple reason that we can observe it in the data. Okay, so we are interested in understanding what are the factors that lead to the adoption and diffusion of laparoscopic surgery in the treatment of colorectal cancer. So this laparoscopic surgery was an innovation that was introduced late in the 90s. There have been 2 clinical guidelines, the latest one in 2006, that really suggests that surgeons, consultants should substitute open surgeries for labs. And what you see in this graph is the percentage of consultants that do open, lab, and both open and lab surgeries. And you see that in the late 90s, there is a vast proportion, as you would expect, of consultants that do these surgeries on an open basis. And as you get through time, there's a substitution for labs. Yet, and this is the most interesting piece in this graph, as of 2016, we still have 23% of the consultants that don't do any labs. So they treat all their patients with open surgery. So we really wanted to start looking into that, trying to understand who are these consultants, what are their characteristics, and why does it take so long for them to adopt this type of innovation. So we interviewed senior consultants in the NHS, did a piece of qualitative research, and there are 3 recurrent factors from the interviews. The first is it's about who you know, so your peers, who you contact with on a daily basis. The second is about the perceived value of the innovation. And the third is whether you trust or not the validity of the value of the information as published by official entities like NICE. So these are just some of the quotes. Of course, what we are interested really is trying to understand whether these factors are verified in the data. So we are looking at medical records, looking at hospital episode statistics that contains the universe of medical records in England from 2000 to 2016, merging these with workforce data, GMC data, and hospital characteristics, and try to understand what are the key factors that correlate both with adoption and the diffusion of innovation. So the first results that we found is that younger cohorts, women and consultants that train abroad are more likely to adopt laparoscopic surgery. And then we find that there are certain factors at the individual level, rather than organizational level, that tend to be correlated with higher levels of adoption and diffusion. And these are namely the networks, and networks who you work with and who you have trained with, whether you move or not. So you experience a different environment throughout your career, as well as your experience in terms of the volume of patients that you see with colorectal cancer, but also your experience with lab in other disease areas. So just to finish up, I'd just like to stress that it's important when you're looking at innovation that you consider the whole process from the bench to the patients. Certain areas tend to be neglected by research. And when we are designing incentives, we understand that incentives that affect competition in collaboration, as well as attitudes, evidence, and the perceived value of innovation will have an impact and a spillover impact on the adoption and diffusion of innovation. These factors, this is really early research, but the factors that tend to affect the R&D process tend to be mainly market-related, while the key message for the adoption and diffusion process is that those factors have to do with individuals, the decision makers, the doctors themselves. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Marissa and James. Some two very refreshing insights there into innovation and how we can actually make it happen. What we'll see here is that we're going to cycle through several speakers. So my suggestion to you, as you probably expect by now, is that you, all those burning questions that you no doubt have after the first two presentations, you put them down on the Slido system that we showed you earlier. And by the time we come to our panel session, very shortly, we'll be able to go through some of those questions. As mentioned, I come from a pharmaceutical background, so if you rely on me to ask all the questions, then the whole day is going to be very skewed in my direction, which, trust me, you don't want. So please do make sure you ask some good questions. I'd like to introduce next Professor Guido Rasi, and he's going to be talking about what policies the European Medicines Agency expects countries to deploy to develop sustainable and support sustainable innovation in the pharmaceutical sector. Now, many of you will obviously know Guido already. He's executive director of the agency, has been there since 2011. I imagine he spends most of his time these days fending off questions about Brexit, but hopefully I'm sure he'll have some very interesting advice for us today. He was obviously part of the Italian Medicines Agency from 2008 to 2011 and spent 22 years as a physician. So welcome, Guido. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Franco, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity, a tremendous opportunity to talk in a different environment. And I will be going pretty much out of what is considered the traditional comfort zone of the regulators. And you wonder why I will dare to go far from what is the domain, the remit, and what we are supposed to address as regulators. We generally have to stick to the benefit risk, to tick a box, yes, no, give the magic moment to the developers, and then everything should be over. Now we know that nothing is anymore like that. And in fact, we know that the environment is pretty much changed. We know that this has already been addressed in some way. The cost of research and development is increasing. Cost of innovative medicine are increasing. Investment are not really, Europe might not be really an attractive place, at least for some segment of investment. I'm talking mostly in the pharmaceutical domain, of course. And the population has been already addressed, is going to increase the consumption of medicines. We know that after year 65, we use 90% of the medicine in the next 5 years compared to all the previous 60 years of life. I'm approaching that, so be prepared to pay also for me, please. And the supply chain is becoming a nightmare, is becoming really more and more disrupted or subject to disruption. So what we have to do now, we have to, everything we decide in the regulatory domain, we have to cope with sustainability and at any level, sustainability of healthcare systems, sustainability of our own business, the national competent authorities, the EMA, the regulatory body themselves has to cope with the sustainability of the cost of regulation. And research and development, of course, are affected by these dramatically. Meanwhile, we have to maintain the scientific option, the quality of the scientific opinion, which is giving us, is coming with an increasing level of complexity. To authorize a medicine under the randomized clinical trial 15 years ago was more or less just a statistic exercise, the blockbuster exercise. As Franco said, it's over. I wish it's over, the model. It seems that, and this is the crucial point and what I want to address today, The problem is exactly the model. It seems that we are trying to combine the blockbuster benefit with the personalized and with the smaller and smaller group of medicines, the subgroup. And hepatitis C is a clear dramatic example of a prize meant for ultra-rare disease given to a blockbuster. So with this example, I see the need to identify a new model. Why I dare today to go as far as to talk about pricing, which would have been a blasphemy for a regulator just mentioning the name price. Because we are operating in an environment where innovation is perceived as something bad, difficult, something to fear. On the enthusiasm we have listening from speakers today, in the scientific environment, you go to the desperation of the payers, the desperation of the politicians that have to pay the bill for that. And they don't have a real model, a real methodology behind. And this is my plea, to contribute to develop a methodology. And I want to see what could be the contribution. I'm glad that Marisa said that regulation matter. I agree with that, incentives as well. And let's see two aspects. What we can do to contribute to the efficiency of the system, and what we can do beyond that to contribute to the access, which is not exactly the same thing. Well, this is the traditional long route to medicine, up to 12 years, where we now have an additional reimbursement and launch, at least in Europe. It's coming also in other regions and jurisdictions toward the access. What is where we focus mostly at EMA is in this domain, where we can make it more efficient, and 90% of the project fail at this stage. For those who are not the right project, or where you don't obtain the data, is unavoidable. But a lot of time there are the wrong planning for the right project. And that's exactly something that probably is an interpretation of why the top 100 matters in the success rate. Maybe the regulatory experience is one of the key point. The most of these failures are coming from small, medium academic spin-off, where the inexperience is high, where the ideas are great. And we have to try to avoid this. This is the comprehensive picture, all the initiative we have. We basically have, start from the very beginning, we strongly believe that an early engagement is likely to prevent or to mitigate the risk of failures. We start very early with the innovation task force, the pipeline, the business pipeline, to try to identify promising projects, to try to give support by promoting a European innovation network to assist locally and then centrally at EMA in London so far, the developers. We have developed two schemes, one in the very early phase, one in the later phase, where we think we are just repackaging the existing regulatory tool, but in a way to streamline and to indicate the best possible approach to the complexity of pediatric investigation, orphan designation, advanced therapy classification, and to the support like SME offices and scientific advice and protocol assistance to help the developer navigate in this system. Each one of these represents both a hurdle or an opportunity. Many times the developer is not aware where to go, how to enter, what make an opportunity, or what can be perceived as an obstacle. And I will expand a little bit on that. In addition, we have to liaise with different stakeholders to try to have a common approach, and we have to try to interact with the community that now is making the difference, the health technology assessment body and the payers. Basically, to expand a little bit on a few of these, scientific advice, I think, is the landmark of what the European Medicines Agency have done. This, I think, is a game changer, and it's a success story. Last year, we provided 600 between protocol assistance and scientific advices. Protocol assistance in the very early phase 1, phase 2, early phase 2. Scientific advice at any given point when the sponsor called that. And why I describe as a success story? This is the difference between non-compliant and compliant developers. More than the double of the success, 88 success rate for those who ask and follow scientific advice, less than 40% for those who are not compliant and don't follow. This, I think, is addressing the very early part of the attrition rate of the failures. So some failures are preventable. This is the message. Prime scheme, even more important in Europe. This was also a sort of response to the breakthrough designation of FDA. We know that this is multi-purpose. We want to triage what are the promising results to drive more the development toward unmet medical need rather than market opportunity. This is our commitment toward the patients, toward the public health. Then we analyze some preliminary data, and we take hand by hand the developers from any steps in that development with a dedicated team, with a possibility to plan for us an assessment team, because you have to remind that there is no regulatory body that can have all the expertise that are needed that are coming in the next 5 years. So having a very early engagement, knowing what is coming, is for us a planning exercise, a rationalization, an efficiency gain, and also for the developer, an assurance that we will be able and capable to analyze something that is innovative also for us. So by providing this early support, basically we will want to optimize the development of this eligible medicine, speed up the evaluation, and contribute to the timely access to patients. This, in many stakeholders, in many domains, is perceived as being too close to the developers or speeding up. On the opposite, is a way to foster the best possible evidence to be generated, the most robust evidence to be generated in the most efficient way. This is the aim. By giving the prime stamp, in some way the investors are reassured that there is an unmet medical need, a potential market, and there is a regulatory attention, a regulatory endorsement of the quality of the project. And this is something that is becoming very, very interesting. 90 requests in the first year, and we will be releasing the first year experience shortly. These are all the initiatives in Europe, all the support that are available in Europe, where EMA is in some way involved. Just to say how many of these initiatives are there to support the innovation. The question, however, is we are very happy to support, we are happy to participate, to give our input. However, there is a question growing, which is how much is reasonable that the public is paying for the research and thereafter will pay for the high price of the outcome. And this is another chapter we probably will not addressing today, not myself. So we know that we can mitigate. Some of the regulation can matter, as has been said. But we also know that there is, to the access, there is another part. As I said, I don't want to become the body who approve the medicine nobody can access or nobody can afford. And so we have to start to interact with the other community. This is the other part of the player. And what is the basic message I want to get out of this slide? That basically there are two communities that need a different set of evidence. The evidence set for the benefit risk is not equal to the set of evidence needed for the efficacy, effectiveness. This is the basic problem. And this is our experience in that. We ran some 60 joint advice with HTA bodies like NICE, like Infarmed, like IFA, like the French authority. If we take in account 4 parameters, the population, the endpoints, the comparator, the final recommendation, you can see that we are around 50%, in some cases beyond 20. To cut short, we disagree on everything. But after 60 of these exercises, we can agree of up to 80-85% of key issues like population and endpoints. Of course, the comparator is pretty much reflecting different jurisdiction, different healthcare system using different standard of prescription. This is why it's more difficult. However, we reach more than 60%. And the overall recommendation, we can agree up to more than 75% of the time. So in some way, there is a way to interact. This also generated some ideas that we know that we cannot apply for advanced therapy, which means cell therapy, gene therapy, personalized medicine, small population. We cannot use the blockbuster approach. We cannot use the randomized big clinical trial. We need to have other evidence. We need not to lower the standard. We need other approach. That's why we developed the adaptive pathway. What is? Building on the existing regulatory tool, conditional market authorization, you know that the EU legislation might take up to 6, 7, 8 years to be changed, so we have to invent inside the current legislation our tools or reinvent way to cope with this. Basically, the landmark of the adaptive approach is plan ahead what evidence you need to know in the real world. We know also that the golden standard, the randomized clinical trial, when are released, they don't tell you all the truth. They don't tell you all the story in the real world. The performance will be pretty much different. In addition, there will not any planned and managed additional evidence to be generated. To discover that the painkiller were related to the cardiac outcome, we needed 40 years by serendipity. Now we can detect with the planned action, with the pharmacovigilance, with the post-authorization safety efficacy study, we can detect with 5 cases, which happened with some monoclonal antibody. So with this power that we have now with the big data, real-world evidence in a planned way, with some clear answer, some clear question to be answered after the first release, we can there authorizing early, monitoring, and correcting thereafter. This is the adaptive approach. What we need a multi-stakeholder engagement as of the beginning. round of scientific advice, registry, or other data sources. We need a reliable source of real-world performance or real-world evidence. And we need, what we don't have, an adaptive pricing and reimbursement approach. We cannot leave unmanaged the other part. If we disconnect, which is not actually disconnected, we cannot progress in this direction. I enjoyed in Italy, and I know that here is the only other agency that has the three layers together, regulatory, HTA, and payer, which is the Portuguese one. I enjoyed to promote the managed entry agreement, and they works, but a mitigation is not the solution, is not a model, it is a tool. So basically, what is our plea, our message to the policymaker? Try to move these all along this line in order to make the access more reasonable and more dynamic, following in the real world the performance. The access should not be the magic moment, should be a managed and monitored approach, and should be also the pricing might become a dynamic pricing approach. Basically, what we need in terms of pricing, what we do not have is that the pricing modeling is not based on the epidemiological impact. And any new innovative medicine is not measured in a specific healthcare environment. There is no measurement of the incremental economic impact, and eventually, hopefully, the likelihood incremental clinical benefit. That's why I think we need desperately to put in parallel the two processes, the technological innovation, which is the better understanding of this process, which is leading us to the redefinition of the nosography. There will not be anymore the lung cancer. There will be the KRAS pathway disease localized in the lung, in the colorectal, or whatever. We are changing this. The new drug target treatment approach, I see, I tell these are disconnected. In some region in Italy, they say they put a reimbursement for lung cancer. Even if with just the histological division, there are 7 different diseases. So we have to go in parallel. We cannot leave disconnected the two streams of the technological innovation with the health system, because we are experiencing health system where they don't welcome the innovation because they don't know how to cope, how to allocate the resources. They want to prevent to spend money maybe in allocating for a medicine, and they will spend the double in surgery or vice versa. They will not spend money in some physical therapy, and they will spend millions in medicines. That is why. So the absence of parallel track, of course, results in tension, and we need desperately a new business model. I don't have the solution, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Guido. We need to move straight on in the interest of time. Now, Beatrice Lorenzin, unfortunately, the health minister from Italy, cannot make it today, but Roberto Di Loro, who is a scientific attaché from the Italian embassy in London, will be able to address, I believe, exactly what she was going to talk about. Is that right? So, fantastic. Here you are.
Well, good morning. I am going to speak on behalf of Minister Lorenzin. I received her speech yesterday, so I'm going to read it to you. Minister Lorenzin was unable to come because of urgent, undeniable, problematic issues with the government. Why are you laughing? And so she asked me to step in. I will refrain from politically incorrect on the aesthetics of this substitution, which does not speak clearly in my favor. But let me say that for me it's an honor and a pleasure to stay with you, to listen to this presentation, and to use my voice to transmit to you reflection from Minister Lorenzin. So I did the thanks. The speech of Minister Lorenzin is focused on the situation of the European health system, the challenges that are to be tackled, the opportunities that are offered from innovation, the balancing between equity and economic sustainability, and the general goal to assure the social stability in our countries. It is fundamental to realize that the national health system is one of the most important parts of the larger welfare system embedded into European values and culture, and to which European citizens are used to rely on. It is essential to understand that in Europe, the national health systems are perceived as a strategic public asset and a resource for all citizens. In general terms, Article 32 of the Italian Constitution enshrines the principle of the right to health and to coverage of medical expenses. The health needs of citizens with insufficient income are covered entirely by the state. It is our universalistic health system. As you well know, however, and has been discussed in the previous presentation, in the last 30 years, socio-economic development has ensured a lengthening of the life expectancy as never before, determining, however, a simultaneous increase of the elderly population with the load of increased demand for healthcare and the most extensive use of hospital facilities. But also the increase of migration flows from poor countries to richer ones and the introduction of new, expensive, innovative drugs that have also been alluded for that help cure serious illnesses are all phenomena that generate an increasing cost of the system and make it more difficult to ensure an adequate protection of the right to health of all citizens. According to data from OECD and the IMS, in 2018, the world pharmaceutical spending will increase by 30% compared to 2013, reaching 1,300 billion US dollars. In Italy, in particular, a total spending increase of 2.5% is envisaged, which in nominal terms could reach the figure of 36 billion US dollars. Part of this increase in spending is due to oncologic, autoimmune, respiratory, antiviral, and immune suppression sectors, but medicines for the central nervous system are the ones that have undergone the highest increase in terms of spending. And oncology drugs also came close to 3 billion euros in 2015 versus the roughly 2 billion euros in 2012, 1 billion euro more in only 2 years. If all said so far represent an agreeable framework, let's share with you some few thoughts and some concrete measures that have been taken in Italy to address all these issues. Government and decision makers in healthcare have to face the major challenges of ensuring patient access to innovative medicine while enabling sustainability. At the same time, innovation has to be encouraged and promoted through adequate incentives, but first of all, we have to define innovation precisely, and that has been alluded to in a couple of talks before. There is no agreed definition of innovation internationally, both at the regulatory agency and at the HTA level. This makes the governance of innovation and our efforts of prioritization and rational allocation of resources even more complex and challenging. At the Italian level, specific criteria have been established by the Italian regulatory agency to define whether a medicine is innovative or not. namely the therapeutic need, the added therapeutic value, and the overall evidence related to the clinical studies in which the medicine was tested. Indeed, based on predefined scoring system, an innovative medicine has to address an unmet medical need, bring an added value compared to existing therapies, and, last but not least, be based on a robust clinical development. This evaluation should not be considered as a rigid scheme, since it can be adapted to special circumstances, such as orphan medicines. 2, in Italy, a specific fund for innovative products has been established, starting from 2015. In addition, since January 2017, another fund has been added specifically for oncology innovative medicine, each fund consisting of 500 million euro. The objective is not only to provide additional funds, but also to create financial incentives for manufacturers developing innovative medicine, and to facilitate patient access to innovative therapies across the country. 3, Italy is firmly persuaded that the issue of innovation and sustainability deserves joint efforts at European level. And this Guido Rassi, I'm sure his ears are whistling. Collaboration among countries in identifying innovation, as well as possible and agreed strategies, is key at different levels, such as the assessment of future introduction of new medicinal products with a possibly significant financial impact on health system at an early stage through a joint horizon scanning. This entails an analysis of emerging trends and future developments in pharmaceutical research and development, aimed at anticipating the arrival of new, expensive, innovative medicinal products that might potentially affect currently policy and practice. Proactive exchange of information between countries on pricing and reimbursement, particularly in the pre-launch phase, with due respect for existing national rules and frameworks. Exploring possible strategies on voluntary joint price negotiation in coalition of different countries. Just a few weeks ago, Italy signed with other several ministers of health, Spain, Cyprus, Portugal, Malta, Greece, Ireland, and Romania, the Valletta Declaration, by which all these countries are committed to cooperating in full trust, loyalty, solidarity, and transparency for granting better access to medicine to our citizens. We decided to start the first pilot project on joint procurement, beginning with the procure of an orphan drug as well. The difference nowadays is not between southern and northern countries, but between small and big ones. In this project, pharmaceutical industries sit next to us, working together. In light of rising healthcare costs and the introduction of innovative yet expensive medicinal products, health technology assessment agencies in the EU have been seeking robust methods for relative effectiveness assessment of drugs and collaborating with each other at different level. Information on health technology assessment can be usefully shared across countries, at least for the issue related to relative effectiveness, safety, ethical aspect. Information on the assessment of other aspects, such as organizational and cost effectiveness ones, requires a shared methodology and context data collection. The European Network on HTA and the EU-NET HTA network are examples of the fruitful ongoing cooperation among European countries. It is crucial to work for contributing to the process of international cooperation by analyzing any relevant obstacle and pointing out any HTA governmental policy suitable for other countries. It is worth recalling the importance of sharing methods and assessment at international level for the resources used to be optimized. To this end, it is essential to promote a stronger cooperation between states. Specifically, attention should be drawn to the appropriate use of HTA assessment through dedicated reports and recommendations, which will help increase the involvement in general. The impact that is to be produced on the innovation of health services aims at bridging the gap in the differences in access to services, greater transparency, and greater certainty of the market and of investment and disinvestment forecasts, with different expectations for the various players. The health system aims at achieving a better cost-benefit ratio. Industry aims at a shorter time to market, while the burden of producing efficacy evidence requires different lengths of time. Citizens aim at being informed recipients and users of effective technologies that meet health needs in a timely fashion. A fifth point, strictly correlated to sustainability issue, another challenge is how to find a balance between the need for a timely access to new innovative medicine by patients with the uncertainties that medicine still presents at the time of marketing authorization. This further complicates and often delays the decision-making process for pricing and reimbursement, with negative consequences on patient success. A strategy largely used in Italy and partly in other countries is the adoption of managed entry agreements, a set of different instruments to manage uncertainty and based on effectiveness data generated through real-world data collection. The interaction and collaboration between the HTA agency and the European Medicine Agency along the entire life of medicine can hugely contribute to facilitating efficient access to effective, safe, innovative, and added value technologies while guaranteeing the sustainability and predictability for healthcare system. For example, through a specific procedure launched by the European Medicine Agency, parallel scientific advice, manufacturers can receive simultaneous feedback from both the EMA and HTAs on their clinical development. Sixth and last point, an open and constructive multi-stakeholder dialogue has to involve the pharmaceutical industry and patient organization. From the industry perspective, one argument for the high prices has been that innovative drugs represent a major advance in value to patients and health system, and that value should be rewarded. Companies usually claim that a high price reflects high research and development cost, and that the revenues generated from a successful product must recover not only the cost of research and development, but also the cost of failed developments. However, more awareness and consideration of the issue of sustainability is expected from the company side, and more transparency is needed on the determinants of medicine prices. The generation and promotion of a sustainability-focused innovation is indeed in all stakeholders' interest. I think that we all should work, the Minister thinks that we all should work to speed up the access to new efficacious therapeutic options, either for the patient and the healthcare system or for the companies, which invest great resources on innovation. Rewarding innovation is a fair concept because innovation comes with higher risk of failure, and rewarding is surely a means to stimulate companies to invest on game-changer products. However, the cost of innovative research and development should not directly translate into higher prices, but should be covered also by dedicated measures of industrial and fiscal policies. In other words, alternative ways for encouraging investment in research and development and promote research-intensive industry should be identified, e.g. offering other direct or indirect subsidies to investors rather than setting prices higher than their value, reforming patent protection if insufficient to reward innovation, using tax advantage or a mix of all these policies. In conclusion, it's crucial to stress that notwithstanding the national specificities, there are several commonalities that enable us to work together to share information and best practices. All private and public stakeholders must collaborate to identify common solutions to face together the emerging challenges to make innovation sustainable and Europe competitive on the worldwide scene. This is an ethical and social responsibility which we, policymakers, share with industry. This is the ultimate goal of our table where we are shaping the future health of our children. In conclusion, Ministers of Health have to face another very important challenge: to assure the social stability of our countries. Healthcare systems are crucial in order to prevent tensions and conflicts that generate populism and anti-European position. Italy is fully aware of this situation and is prepared to fulfill its own responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Roberto. A very positive message from Italy, very gratefully received. Thank you so much. We are running a little over, so do expect lunch to be a little later than planned. I'll apologize for that now, because we do really want to hear from everybody and have the chance to answer all of the great questions that you've been throwing in, which I have to say have been very good so far. Let me introduce our final speaker before those questions, which is Professor Fernando Araujo. Did I say that correctly? Yes. Perfectly, thank you. I've been practicing that all morning. Secretary of State for Portugal, PhD in medicine, and member of the Centre of Research in Technology and Information Systems in Health, which is very relevant. So I shall let you get on with it.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Marisa Miraldo and Franco Sassi for this gentle invitation to share this panel on behalf of the Portuguese government. I will try to give you a perspective of our National Health Service regarding the problem that we are facing, delivery good quality health services while we are facing a profound economic crisis. And for that, we think that the key, the most important key, is really innovation. But innovation directly to health public, innovation directly for the basis of the system. Our National Health Service was founded shortly after the revolution in 1979. And it was very important in order that Portuguese citizens could reach the good health indicators that most developed countries had. But during these 37 years, the reality changed. Our demographic and epidemiological variables change, and the National Health Service must change always, must adapt to this new reality, or it will crash. And yes, we have very good health indicators. The most relevant when you compare health systems, like childhood mortality rate, to be one of the worst countries in Europe. And during these years, we are now one of the best countries in the world. In the last analysis performing in the last year, Portugal was included in the top 5 most safest countries to be born. And the other public health indicator that is generally used, life expectancy rate, we began with the values below our European average, and now we are above that average. Well, it is different if you look to that kind of data and if you look to healthy life years. But you can speak about that later. But even if you look for other kind of indicators, more specific, like oncology, where you need more investment, more diagnosis, more treatment, more expertise, we can see that, for instance, in mammography, we are one of the countries that perform this kind of screening in a more widely basis. And even when we are diagnosing women with that, we are one of the countries that have the best 5 years relative survival. So the question is, and can we afford it? Have we the money to keep that? When you see the total health expenditure as a share of GDP, in 1995, we spent something like 7.5% of our GDP. In 2010, we spent something like 10.4%. But during the economic crisis, we have sharply cut in these costs, more than 10%. And if you look for the health expenditure per capita, you can see that Portugal is very below the European average. The Portuguese health system is considered to be one of the most cost-effective systems. But even there, is that enough? Is that enough? You have a very cost-effective system in order to maintain sustainability for the future? And the answer is no. If you want that, you must focus on the determinants of the health. The Portuguese have problems in terms of overweight, in terms of unhealthy diet, in terms of alcohol consumption, in terms of smoking, and in terms of lack of physical activity. And there is where we must put our money, our focus, our attention. When we see the prevalence of diabetes among adults, we have an authentic epidemic. Almost 1 Portuguese in 10 or 11 have diabetes. And when we look for the overweight among children, there is a problem that will put a lot of pressure for the future. And the results of that is the increase of the use of drugs, for instance, for diabetes. We spent something like 250,000 millions of euros in this kind of pathology. And this increase was something like 25% in 5 years. We have not enough money for that, for sure. And if you add something like 12 billion euros for obesity surgeries, or 4.5 million euros for devices for automatic delivery of insulin, you must agree with me that there is not enough money for the future. Even when we try to control this increase, for instance, we have a very interesting project about electronic medical prescription. In less than 2 years, almost 100% of doctors in the public health sector prescribe by electronic ways. And when we add public and private, more than 95% of doctors prescribe by electronic medical prescription. And this is innovation, of course. And with that, we can put some support medical electronic systems in order to help the doctor when you're going to prescribe. We can combat fraud. We can make pressure in order that the generic pharmaceutical drug markets go up. And we can also centralize purchases. And with that, we have economy of scale. We can buy cheaper because we buy in quantities. And that was the principle that in this month, beginning of the month, 8 countries with Italy signed the La Valletta Declaration, where they aim to enhance their cooperation and negotiate jointly in order to reduce the drug prices. And this is innovation, of course. But even with those approaches, we are convinced that it is not enough. We will have no money in order to support this increase of costs. And so we believe that we must change paradigm. We must go back to the basics. We must go back to the principles that was postponed 25 centuries ago. In our political program of this government, in the health sector, we have nine strategic axes. The first one is public health, and it's not a coincidence. We want to have a new ambition for public health. We must break that vicious cycle where we put all the money on disease treatment, well, some in rehabilitation, but none in disease prevention. We must put money and attention in these determinants if we want to assure sustainability. And we are going to begin that in our country. For example, in physical activity promotion, we designed last year a national program, and this year we began an interministerial working group in order to change that reality. I'm going to show you an example of what are we doing in terms of changing cultural habits. You know, Portugal is a country where everyone is football addicted. It's in Portuguese, so I can speak. And we use public figures in order to sensibilize, in order to promote physical activity.
Faz-nos muito bem à cabeça, no fim de um dia de trabalho, aliviar todos os stresses do dia-a-dia.
And I'm going to see our national
com os seus filhos,
national
com os
coach
seus
for
netos,
football
corra,
players.
caminhe, jogue futebol.
And when they say that being active is cool, that could help us to change cultural habits of the persons.
E ganhar uma energia revigorante.
Para muitas das perguntas que a vida nos coloca diariamente, esta vida agitada que nós temos, o desporto creio que é a melhor resposta.
E você, qual é a sua atividade física?
Okay. We also began to create some ministries working group, because, you know, when we discuss this kind of issues in a minister council, for example, everyone agree that health should be in all policies. But when we discuss the budget for that, no one agrees and distribute money for health. And so these interministerial working groups make pressure in order to discuss the problems, in order to find solutions. And this is extremely relevant. In terms of healthy nutrition promotion policies, I will show you some of them that are real innovation. First of all, it was approved last month, a law that obligates that every public facilities have a vegetarian meal option, everyone. We are discussing with the industry targets for sugar and salt reduction at the medium and long periods. We stop selling unhealthy products in vending machines in the health public facilities. We began a program to distribute free fruit in some schools. We are on a war with the Restaurants Association in order to terminate the free refill of sweetened drinks. And we put this year a sugar tax. We are really involved in changing the paradigm. This is the vending machines before and after. When we began to discuss this issue last year, the industry came to us and say that we are going to kill this industry. We are going to stop and close every vending machine because the citizens will not buy the new products, the healthy products. But sometimes imagination overpasses reality. And this is the case. When you see the units sold, comparing both periods, you see that they sold more products after the changing. Of course, not colas or teas with a lot of sugar, but water, yogurts, and fruit nectars. Not chips, but fruits. And this is very relevant in terms of the sign we want to transmit to the population. And when we see the first results of sugar tax, this is the first public results that we are presenting, the first 3 months. It was began to implement in February, and we have the results of February, March, and April. We have in our legislation 2 ranks, one for beverage with more than 80 grams sugar per liter, and the other below this level. The high rank pays something like 16.46 euros by hectoliter, and the lowest rank something like half of that. And when you see the results of these 3 months, you can see that the second rank sells something same quantities, but first rank with more sugar and more taxes, there was a reduction of 72%. That was unexpectedly for us, and most important for my colleague of finance, because when he saw that, he was very, very angry with that, because he predict something like 80 million euros for this tax during this year, and probably will not get there. But this is really a change. And when we look for the tobacco policies, and today is the World Day of No Tobacco, as you notice. In Portugal, every day die more than 30 persons because of diseases related to tobacco. 30 persons. Today will die 30 persons for that. And so we must change that. And change using several and different instruments. We tried to, and began last year, shocking image packaging. It was last year introduced. This year we increased tax on this selling of tobacco. In an innovative manner, this year we began to finance the smoke-quitting drugs for the first time. We increased smoking-quitting consultations. We are discussing a new tobacco products legislation in order to include these new products at not burn. We increase the tobacco-free environments. Of course, we maintain pressure and information. And we began also using spirometry in the primary care units in order to diagnose the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And with all those measures, what are the results? It's a newspaper, Portuguese newspaper of this month, that says something like the selling of cigarettes drops in this year. This is the first 2 months, but the data from the third month, March, is same. It was not a simple drop. What we assist is more than 30% of drops in terms of thousands of units sold. Let's see the rest of the year, but so far there is a result that is very, very relevant for us. My first and the main message is that we may put our efforts, okay, not cinema, come on, in public health. We do not have enough money in order to keep with this increase on drugs and drugs and drugs. And this is our main concern of this government. And about him, okay. We are all invited to come to Portugal to visit, to test, or not to test, but to see our national health system. But really the person that I confess I want to see there as a long-term guest is Professor Guido Rasi, because that would mean that Emma moved from England to Portugal. And believe me, the most ideal city after London is Lisbon, of course. Thank you very much.
Told you he was fending off questions for Brexit all the time. It even happens on stage. Wow. Thank you so much. It was really fantastic to see your passion and commitment to this. It was very evident in your presentation. That's very appreciated. I'd like to very quickly invite Richard Torbett, who's just being mic'd up, to come to the stage. Now, Richard, of course, is from the ABPI, so he might provide the counter-argument, perhaps, to your last comment. And he's just going to talk for a couple of minutes with a reaction. Richard, by the way, is the Executive Director of the Commercial Directorate at the ABPI. Thank you, Richard, for coming.
Thanks very much. Well, they say the pharmaceutical industry is great at marketing, but what a brilliant job at the end there for a pitch for Portugal. I'm very well aware that this is already eating to the lunch hour. So and there's so much to reflect on from all of the presentations so far. So I'm just going to try and pick out a few points, if I may, from a pharmaceutical industry perspective, and hopefully provoke a bit of discussion. I think, look, many people have raised the issue of pharmaceutical pricing this morning, and you cannot work in the pharmaceutical industry and not be confronted with pharmaceutical pricing. I'm at least 6 inches shorter than I used to be from being bashed at every meeting I go to. That's fine. It's part of the job. Of course, it is a crisis. It is a major challenge for payers around the world, and there's a responsibility on pharmaceutical companies to make sure they price appropriately, responsibly, in a way that is consistent with the evidence on how well a medicine works. And of course, in most countries, the prices are subject of an intense negotiation, of course, between the healthcare system and the company. And what I think we need to do for the medicines of the future is to make sure that we've got, a sensible and evidence-based way of making sure we get to a price that everyone can live with. Evidence-based is obviously a tricky thing to get right in a world where we don't really know what the real prices are being transacted, and there's a legitimate debate there about transparency. I do want to point out that sometimes, and I kind of address this particularly at the academics in the room, be critical of, and I guess slightly sceptical about some of the numbers you see from everybody in this debate. I mean, candidly, when most of the prices that we hear in the media are usually list prices, and they are the start of a negotiation, not the end of it. When we hear of 30% growth in the medicines bill based on IMS data, that is based on list prices. It's not based on reality. And I give you one example from the UK. This is the only country where, as far as I know, we are able to genuinely measure the net expenditure level, net of discounting, in the hospital and the retail sector. And I can tell you over a 5-year period, the average growth nominal in the UK is 1.1%, which compares to 3.3% nominal growth in the health service. So, we are a long way away from having a really transparent view of where expenditure is going, and I think more transparency on expenditure would be a good thing. A couple of other things, just on the state of pharmaceutical research. I think the story about the productivity crisis in the industry needs to be, again, I think interpreted with a little bit of care. I noticed the comments made right at the start of the session today. In many respects, when you're innovating in something that's difficult, you're going to fail more. So how do we interpret poor productivity? Does that mean that we're bad at research? Or does it mean that we're actually doing things that are scientifically more difficult, more challenging, more risky? I think certainly there's been a couple of very powerful papers in the Nature Reviews Drug Discovery Journal that have argued that over the last couple of decades, industry pipelines have responded to market signals, have reoriented themselves to some degree away from the disease areas where, frankly speaking, you can very adequately treat with cheap generics, which healthcare systems should do, towards focusing R&D pipelines in some of the more untapped, unmet medical need areas where failure rates are potentially higher. So that was that piece. I would strongly endorse the idea that we measure innovation uptake. I think that James Barlow's suggestion from earlier on today about a medicines index, I think would be a very, really good fuel for debate everywhere. At the end of the day, we know that healthcare systems have a challenge with an aging population around the world, and innovating is the only option. Containing cost is not going to provide the care that an aging population needs. So how do we innovate, and how do we innovate in a sustainable way? Which of course brings us on to the message that every healthcare system would put forward is, we don't want to be using innovation for innovation's sake. We want to be using innovation that works, that helps people, that improves outcomes, that makes us more efficient. And of course, from an industry perspective, that is an aspiration we would fully and wholeheartedly support. So we need evidence-based decisions, and the trouble is what you're asking someone to do in a health system where demand is already exceeding your ability to serve. You're asking people to take a risk. You're asking people to use a technology where the evidence isn't there yet. And I think it nicely brings us on to kind of the idea of adaptive processes, being cleverer about how we learn as we are going along and adapt our commercial models, adapt our pricing if that's appropriate, and adapt our kind of way of using technology. And I think to coin another phrase from the regulatory world, if I may, it feels like we need to extend the logic of sort of safe harbour, if you like, to have sort of safe harbours within health systems that would allow, from a budgetary perspective, innovations to be tested and that early phase of commercialisation to be a much more sort of collaborative and interactive process between companies and health systems. And then finally, I want to pick up on something else that Guido Razi mentioned. I think we have a couple of wonderful examples of how early dialogue works, and in a way that shouldn't be a surprising conclusion, but it's a fundamental and a really important one, and it's a bit of logic that I think needs to extend further downstream, if you like, into healthcare systems. It is far easier to cope with the introduction of even significantly costly technologies and to manage them from a budgetary point of view if there is much better horizon scanning, much better dialogue about the potential for technologies to change and lead to further innovations in health service design and delivery. That conversation sadly rarely happens to the extent that it happens in the regulatory world, and that's where we would love to see more progress. I will leave it there, but there was so much to reflect on this morning, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, officially we are out of time, but I'm going to plead with you for 10 minutes. Is that okay? Just so that we can have a few questions, a couple of questions maybe, as there have been some very good ones. So the next game is how quickly can our previous speakers take the seat in the front of the room. So if you want to, I believe James and Richard, one of you going to kind of come over this side? Who else is coming? Who else is going to take a seat?
So, should we just
quick? We had intended for you to as well, Fernando. Fernando, you can sit where you are actually. Yeah. Just take a seat. Yeah. You've still got a sorry.
The only don't shoot.
Has everyone got microphones or? Oh, there we go. Lovely. Okay. Excellent. Right, I think I'm going to sit down as well.
I assume that the easy question for me and the tough question.
So thank you everybody who's been asking questions. Rather than have me do anything, I think we're just going to go straight to the most popular ones. You may notice that you can upvote questions, so even if you're not asking yourself, choose your favourites and they'll rise to the top. And by the way, we know we're not going to get time to do all of these, so Imperial have actually said that they are going to try and provide written answers to some of the more popular questions post-event, which is fantastic, so thank you to them in advance for that. Okay, how can you better evidence innovative approaches to convince decision makers to invest in a cash-strapped environment? That's not a small question. James, can I come to you with that first? Because, it's very clear that the ROI question should be a straightforward.
I don't know if I think I'm still mic'd up. Yes, right, okay. I think my view on this is that, actually I'd go to what Fernando was talking about, which is the behavioural, the innovations that deal with changing behaviour, changing processes, which I think is where the really big impact is going to be in the future in terms of dealing with future impact of all these big emerging challenges. I think there is a huge issue there around actually how you gather evidence for the benefits of many of these interventions. It's one thing dealing with a drug or maybe some simple medical device. It's another thing trying to gather evidence for multifaceted organizational business model, service delivery changes. And that's always been the big issue. And I would just sort of tie that to the point about real-world evidence down there as well, where I think, obviously there's a lot of talk within the pharmaceutical industry about the need for real-world evidence as a support for adoption decisions. I think we need better tools for gathering that real-world evidence around some of these very complex, multifaceted innovations. I think the medical devices industry is actually rather more advanced than drugs and biopharma in doing this, where many medical devices are perhaps 10% physical technology and 90% organizational change. So they've done a bit more thinking about how one gathers the right kind of evidence to persuade the right kinds of stakeholders about adoption decisions. So sorry, rather long-winded answer there, but I think it all hinges on evidence actually, and how you gather it, and how you gather it in the right form to convince those who are responsible for adoption decisions.
Does anyone else want to add to James's comment? Yep, go for it, Richard.
I just wanted to add one dimension to the real-world evidence debate as it relates to adaptive approaches to thinking about sort of how products get sold. And it's to sort of pose a bit of a problem that I think exists at the moment. Because on the one hand, we want prices to reflect value. So there's a real-world evidence sort of story that says, you should be able to come in with a price that's low. You gather more data, and if you can prove more value, then you allow the price to go up. If you don't prove the data, your price kind of stays where it is. The trouble is there's a competing logic. The competing logic says if you're gathering more data, you're probably going to be selling more products. If you're selling more products, your volume's gone up. And if your volume's gone up, I want price to go down, not up, thank you very much. So we're faced with a situation where in some countries the logic is that price would increase, and in others this is a mixed message for the industry. So it's a dimension to this debate that I would love to sort of sort out.
Hugo, I think you were going to say
something. Yeah, no, just to comment that. I think for us, the regulatory remit now, the problem is the real-world evidence is in an unmanaged territory. What we are fostering, what we are starting to do, is to, the very first step is to have a planned real-world evidence generation. So to answer some specific question left uncovered for the first phase of development. This is our first step, and we enjoyed a very comprehensive meeting on that. And we have a task force in the network and within AMA to start to move in that direction. So first step, manage and answer specific questions. Okay. But we are moving in that domain. We cannot avoid.
Okay, so Guido, we're going to stay with you if that's okay. I want to ask this next question, which is actually from Katerina, who's going to be from Imperial, who's going to be talking later. And this is beyond drugs. So how can the EMA support preventive interventions that may be more cost-effective than drug treatments? Now, I don't know if you consider that your responsibility, but I'd be very interested, particularly given the number of companion issues that we see nowadays, how you're planning to approach that.
Well, of course, it's much beyond our remit. I can say we intervene when the lifestyle fail, I would say, in the short way. No, we have no any remit. We can contribute intellectually. We can contribute with guidelines. We can foster and promote in conjunction with the other community. But it's unfortunately, it's a frustration, but it's unfortunate we cannot intervene in that.
So you see that as a restriction, do you? That I mean, in an ideal world, you would be able to incorporate this more into your own purview.
Well, I think it's not reasonable to expand that far our domain. I will say that in an ideal world, we can cope with integrate in the health technology assessment also the lifestyle impact on that and incorporate in a joint effort, not directly, would be not, of course, be very reasonable.
Okay. And maybe one final question. Let's take this third one down here. I'll put it up at the top. How do you take into account that many medical innovations, excluding cancer care, have decreasing returns, i.e. an increased cost per additional life year gained? You could answer this one as well, Guido, but I think I'm going to come to invite another panelist I'm having fingers pointed. You're being volunteered.
I mean, I think here it's really, you know, as a society, we need to decide how much which disease areas we are willing to fund. But there's also a very hard decision that is that whenever we take the decisions on whether we should fund cancer treatment or not, there's a huge opportunity cost of that investment. And whether we want to invest or disinvest so that we can invest in other key disease areas, that's a choice that as a society we need to make.
Okay, so can't choose everything. Anyone else want to comment on that, or is that conclusive? Okay, we're going to have to finish our panel there. Sorry, that was slightly shorter than planned, but we had some great talks. So now, before you go, don't go anywhere. Nobody's allowed to move just yet. Sorry. We have something not on your agendas, but it will only take a quick minute. We're going to have a formal signing of a memorandum between the government of Portugal, the Ministry of Health, and Imperial College Business School. So do you want to...
Just to tell a very quick word, at Imperial we're really committed to research with impact. This is not working. to research with impact. So it's really meaningful for us to collaborate with policymakers. We have a long tradition in doing so. With the Portuguese government, we have been engaging in some research to improve the access to medicines of ART treatment, and this is a formal agreement for us to collaborate further in the future. So I'll invite our Vice Dean to and the Secretary of State for Health from Portugal to this farmer. Maybe here it's a bit more play. I don't know, Carl, if you want to add some more words.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say how excited, really, Fernando, we are about this. Obviously, many of the issues that you raise, we work on. As you'll see this afternoon, we're going to be talking exactly about these public health challenges. We have for a long time individually and collectively worked with governments, worked around policy. So I'm just really excited. And of course, our remit is research. You know, that's what we do. That's in our DNA. That's part of being at Imperial. So I'm just incredibly pleased that we can make this work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So these were all read beforehand. So yes, I can sign one.
Change.
And now you swap. So I think we can go.
Okay, thank you.
Just about 1:45. I think 1:45.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is lunchtime now, you'll be pleased to know. So lunch, I believe, is being served directly outside this room. Please be back here slightly later than on the programme, 1:45 p.m. 1:45 p.m. Please be back in this room. Thank you very much. I'll see you shortly.
Fill this space. Yeah, no, that's right. It's not to be. If we can reach them from the overflow.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I think we can start.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you are all well fed and well rested after the whirlwind of this morning's session. Could I ask a favour to some of the people who are sitting on the very back row to come forward, because these seats now here are available? Would you mind just a couple of you coming back? Otherwise our speakers won't think that anybody wants to hear them, and we wouldn't want that. That's right. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, session 2 is called The Contribution of Economics to Addressing Global Public Health Challenges. Not a small topic either. And we have some excellent speakers, the first of which is Jean-Paul Moatti. Where's Jean-Paul? Hello. Good to meet you. Jean-Paul is President and Director General of the French National Research Institute for Sustainable Development, IRD or ARD, I guess, where he was appointed in 2015 and has been the head of many national scientific bodies. And he's going to be talking about some of the key public health challenges from the perspective of a health economist, identifying some of the main gaps in evidence for the development of an effective and sustainable public health solution. So, Jean-Paul, over to you. Thank you very much. And don't forget to ask questions.
Thank you. Thanks, my friend Franco and the other organizers for the invitation. So we're going to move south because IRD is devoted to scientific cooperation with developing countries. I have too many slides, so I won't go. How do you go? How do you go next? Oh. Sorry. Yes, thank you. So I will not go into the details of the slides, but give the main message. As you probably know, the international agenda for development was framed between 2000 and 2015 by the Millennium Development Goals. There were 8 of them, and 3 of these 8 were related to health, maternal mortality, child mortality, and control of major AIDS, TB, and malaria pandemics. And basically, in 2014-15, when we did the assessment, it's a typical glass half empty, half full that was assessed, since there were significant progresses, but the goals were not reached, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa, in the countries most affected by mortality of this kind. The other important thing you see here, this is life expectancy at birth, is that you see that even inside the developing countries and even inside Africa, there's a lot of heterogeneity in the trajectories, because you have countries like Senegal, for example, I know quite well, which are in a good trajectory in terms of improvement of life expectancy, but you have countries in the back of the slides which have been affected either by strong epidemics of AIDS, TB, and malaria and related diseases, or affected by conflicts, by wars, by terrorism, and so on. And you see that in these countries, the positive trend that has followed the liberation for colonial times has been totally returned in the bad direction following to these events. So we have a specific problem in parts of sub-Saharan Africa which don't follow the global trend in improvements that the rest of the planet is currently experiencing. The other thing is, of course, the epidemiological transition, and you see in that slide that in the majority of developing countries, the NCDs are already the major cause burden of disease. The only exception is the low-income countries, the 600 million people living in the worst conditions on the planet, where we have already some significant burden of NCDs, but infectious disease remain the main causes of mortality. So that means that you have heterogeneity in the epidemiologic profile between countries, but also heterogeneity inside countries, because even in advanced countries in the epidemiological transition, like Morocco or Tunisia, where I come from, you still have major infectious problems in the poorest parts of the population, or the youngest part of the population, and at the same time, you have an increasing demand for innovation in medicines, like the ones we discussed this morning, from the emerging middle classes. And so you have even stronger contradictory pressures on the health systems and the public health systems in these countries. Of course, what happened in 2015 is that we changed the agenda, going from MDGs to SDGs, which were adopted by the UN General Assembly in September 2015. And so we go from 8 goals to 17 goals, covering nearly all aspects of human activities. There has been some change for the health agenda. I want to stress the major evolutions of the SDGs by comparison to the MDGs. The first main point is that the MDGs were supposed to be only for developing countries and for development assistance from our countries to the developing world. The SDGs now are an agenda for the whole planet. For example, France was one of the good students, by chance, usually we're not. We were able to produce, even the first year, the state of evolutions of the main indicators of SDG when it comes to French policy last year. The other important evolution is that there is a clear, although these goals are compromised between contradictory pressures, contradictory interests between different countries, which have a lot of tensions by other aspects, but it clearly states that there are some limits, some intrinsic limits in the way we can use the resources of a planet. So the environmental issues, the climate change issues, and so on, are not presented anymore as a trade-off between economic growth and the necessity to protect environment. They are totally interrelated with the other goals, and this is a major change with the MDGs. When it comes to health, but it could be the same if I give the example of the other SDGs, you may have the feeling that this is very nice, this is a nice improvement, but it's such a nice improvement that it's not so much a constraint, because basically in the 12 or 15 targets related to SDG 3, which deals with health, you have nearly all program of public health. All the public health programs are included, and you even have, I will come back to that, major changes in the health systems strengthening so it's a very broad program, very different from only concentrating on the 3 previous goals, although of course these 3 previous MDG goals are still part of the agenda, but it raises the problem of how you implement that and other priorities to do so. And of course, the idea was to try to use the SDGs as a way to go beyond the limitations of the previous MDGs. In the field of health, I will basically emphasize 3 limitations that we hope the SDGs will help pass away. The first was clearly that the fact, and I'm guilty of that, because as some of you in the audience may know, I've been very much involved in access to HIV treatment, TB and malaria in the developing countries. That was my original research field, but I plead guilty for that limitation, because clearly what happened is that there has been too much emphasis, or a priority emphasis, on especially in the flows of ODA. There has been a significant increase in health ODA between at the beginning of this century until and even after the 2008 crisis, but it was mainly concentrated on the control of the pandemics. Another limitation, which is related to the previous one, everybody now agrees on, is the not enough insistence of health system strengthening. You see that the differences in healthcare expenditures are tremendous, especially between the low-income and the high-income countries. And in some work I did with Belgian colleagues, even with some optimistic hypothesis on the general economic growth, you see that, so in case of best case scenario, you see that in 2030, we won't have more than if we just follow the spontaneous path related to economic development, we'll hardly reach $100 per capita for healthcare expenditures in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. Which means that that's not only public money, that's also the private money, that's all total healthcare expenditures. You cannot talk about reaching the SDGs in health and some other SDGs with such limited level of expenditure. It's totally absurd to believe that with 100 per capita you can reach it. So there is a funding gap between what is announced as a goal and the reality of even the optimistic extrapolations. And also you see the contrast, the Ebola epidemic in which ERD was very much involved, for example, in Guinea, is a typical example. I didn't put the slide of a theoretical framework of WHO to deal with the monitoring of epidemics like Ebola. There were maybe 25 boxes and 2,000, not 2,000, 200 arrows in the framework. And the reality on the ground in the art of the epidemic of Ebola in Guinea, in which ERD researchers were involved, is this. One one healthcare worker doing the monitoring for all the Ebola cases with a school, with a pen and a school box, paper. So you see the gap again between the situation, and that leads to that. I want to stress that because even if I lose my time on this, but you have to understand that since 1910, in which you had a military attempt of coup d'etat against a vaccine campaign in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Since then, the Ebola epidemic was the first case that we can document of massive violence against humanitarian and medical interventions in some parts of Africa, with some support of the elites of these countries. So this is a very interesting and challenging thing for public health people like us. And of course, we have a lot of problem of non-appropriate allocation of resources. One of the major problems, and I want to emphasize, is that in most developing countries, and especially in Africa and Southeast Asia, the main form of financing for healthcare expenditures is out-of-pocket spending at the point of consumption. So when you're sick, you pay, right? And I don't want to be too much polemic, as I usually do. This was for years and years and years. This was supported by the official policy of the World Bank and of the World Health Organization, which supported cost recovery at the point of consumption as a way to solve the problem of health systems. And they were wrong. They were wrong. We have now hundreds of studies showing that the elasticity of demand to price is not the same according to income, something that any student in economics knows since the first day of his training, and that if you increase cost recovery, the poor get out, right? So the main message from this, and I've done a lot of work on that, is that out-of-pocket payments is the most regressive forms of financing, the ones in which very often, as this example in Mali, Bamako, where I worked, the poorest sector of the population contribute more than their proportion in the income in the healthcare expenditures due to that type of financing. So my conviction, and I'm very happy that it seems that the new WHO director, the former Ethiopian Minister of Health, Tedros, which was just appointed, also put that as his first priority in his first speech after its election, is that among the various targets of SDG 3, for me, the priority should be given to the universal health coverage goal. I want to really strongly emphasize one point. When you're talking about universal healthcare access, of course, you are talking to access to basic essential medicine, basic services. But in terms of finance, that means that you are able to create an insurance mechanism. WHO talks about that in terms of prepayment mechanism, but for an economist, a prepayment mechanism in terms of healthcare is an insurance mechanism. And then the question is that we have to debate, and which is not solved by the current version of the SDGs, is what type of insurance mechanism. Is it a market-oriented insurance mechanism in which the higher risk you have, the higher premium you pay, like for your car? If you are a bad driver, as I am, you pay higher premiums than people who never have accidents, right? Although you have some ways to avoid that with doing moral hazard and so on, but I cannot go into the details. So the question is to what extent we will go to some forms of market-oriented insurance mechanism with all the problems related, or do we do as, although the institutional mechanisms are different, as we do in Europe, and from that point of view, the French social security is not very different from the English and NHS, although there's a lot of other differences. It is that you create a mechanism in which there is an insurance mechanism, but where it's not related to the level of risk, but there is some form of transfer of solidarity between the young people towards the older people, from the rich to the poor, and from the non-sick people to the sick people. And you have a capacity to maintain the system through time, because people know that even when they're young or rich, they contribute more and don't get a lot. When they will get older, when the probability of being sicker will increase, then they will get the returns of their investment. So really the question on universal health coverage, one of the main questions is what type of insurance mechanism and the extent to which some form of public solidarity mechanism will be implemented or not. Another issue which is very complicated in US in that thing is that you have to do 3 types of reforms at the same time, which is very complicated. Macron has to do that in France, so you can imagine what it is in the developing countries, because you have at the same time to solve that insurance mechanism financial problem, but at the same time you have to improve the quality of services, and at the same time to extend the coverage and the access of the population. And this is very difficult. A lot of failures of the French ODA in order to develop mechanism of insurance anticipating a broader coverage in African countries using, for example, the migrant transfers from France to Africa, where there were initial agreement and acceptability of that mechanism by the population, but when they were going to the hospitals or the clinical facilities, there were nothing there, or bad quality of care. So very quickly this just goes away. So you have to do the 3 things at the same time, which is very, very complicated, even if you are very brave. So I will conclude on some of the research agenda that I think we could, on some aspects of the agenda, maybe work together with the center here. I would be happy to extend the collaboration we had on the Fresher project to more southern countries, Franco, and with other colleagues, is of course to have better tools to estimate the macroeconomic impact of investments in health, to adapt the public health and medical strategies in low resource settings, to see how to design the most appropriate healthcare financing reforms. Tedros said that there was not only way towards universal healthcare coverage, and he's right. He was right on that. The context of each country and the situation of each country has to be taken into account to find the appropriate reform and change strategy. Of course, we have to solve a problem which is not solved even at international level with the big funding organization like the Global Fund, between the previous emphasis on vertical programs and now the need to better allocate resources between that and more structural health system strengthening. And of course, we have the problem of the long-term feasibility of international assistance. I was this morning at Diffusion talking with some of their main officials, and we were all concerned. We really hope, because Diffusion and the UK has been very important in helping the focus of a strong ODA, and especially in the field of health. We often used the UK example in France to lobby towards Hollande, Sarkozy, and so on, to say that we should be just as good as the UK in that, and we will keep on doing it, but it means that you maintain your efforts or even increase it, and also that the Brexit doesn't create a break in a way we can cooperate in that, and of course ERD and all the French cooperation and DFID will try to the extent possible to maintain this convergence. And of course there are a number of issues where research is quite interesting in terms of access to essential medicine, in terms of intellectual property rights and so on. And if I may make a relationship between this session and the previous session, I think that taking into account this international aspect is very important. and could be a win-win for both public health and the medical, the pharmaceutical industry. Because if there is too much pressure on prices in countries like the UK or France, that means that the mechanism that we were able to implement, after some fights, to be honest, with the medical companies, but the drug companies, but in the end it ended up well. We had a good compromise because the fact that the drug companies accept to have lower prices to guarantee essential access to essential medicines in developing countries is a way to transfer solidarity and the insurance mechanism from consumers of the North to consumers of the South. And in the negotiation on the pricing that you discussed this morning, the international dimension should be taken into account. You cannot say to the drug companies, you should have very, very low prices in Europe or in the US, and at the same time force them to have even lower prices to guarantee access in the South. That cannot work. They will legitimately say, you're crazy, you're just joking. Okay, so we have to take that international and solidarity and North-South relationship in the pricing process. I know that may be a little bit utopian, but at some point it may work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Paul. I'm very impressed you got through that whole presentation without mentioning America and the US situation, which I'm sure we could talk about a long time, particularly regarding universal health coverage. There's only a couple of questions so far on the Slido system, so what I suggest is we do what we did last time, we go on to the next speaker, and then we'll come together at the end to do questions. And the next speaker, I believe, is Peter Smith, who is Professor Emeritus of Health Policy here at Imperial. Peter, I'm just going to hand you straight over.
Thanks very much. And thank you to Franco and his colleagues for the invitation. This actually, I hope, follows on very nicely from Jean-Paul's. In fact, I was only given the topic last night, so it's... but let's see how it goes. I'm going to talk about health systems. I mean, it's sort of been, in the past, it's been rather unfashionable to consider health systems as being the driving force behind better health. And we had all this movement about social determinants of health. I don't deny that social determinants are terribly important. But the fact is, in most countries, the focus of policy attention on health is the health minister. And the health minister is the person who is in charge of the health system. And so I think we need to focus on that accountability, because otherwise the claims for better health get lost in, in the finance ministry, in the environment ministry and so on. And it's the Ministry of Health that should be looking at the health implications of all of these and sort of pressing for things like sugar taxes and environmental improvement on the basis of the health impact. So I'm going to specifically talk about health system strengthening because, as Jean-Paul said, health systems have great weaknesses. I tend to work in middle and high income countries, but even there you can see terrible weaknesses and a real need for strengthening. I think universal health coverage was a major turning point for WHO. I think it began to get some focus on the health system in that. Their first work on the health system was in 2000 when we had the famous, some would say infamous, World Health Report 2000, which defined the health system as all the activities whose main purpose is to promote, restore or maintain health. And then that was elaborated later on. They got into trouble because it sounded a bit like health services, and they wanted to emphasize that this, as well as personal and population services, it's influencing policies and actions of other sectors as well. Okay, so that became quite an important landmark, I think. Now, universal health coverage then was the focus of the World Health Report in 2010. It's really important. I guess those of you who just hear the name and don't look at it in any depth, and actually some quite senior policymakers I've talked to have sort of assumed this means comprehensive coverage of a big package of care. Nothing could be further from the truth. What it means is that whatever package of care you choose, everyone should have access, regardless of their circumstances. And actually, that means that the funding of this has to be independent of your income or your health status. Otherwise, it's not universal health coverage. The interesting thing about this statement from Dr. Chan was that it says it's the single most powerful concept that public health has to offer. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if we can quantify the health gains that come from moving from a chaotic system to a system of universal health coverage. But actually, my guess is that they would dwarf the health gains of almost any other intervention. So Dr. Chan was right in one respect. It is a very important and powerful concept. She was wrong in the other respect, because it's not a public health intervention, it's a public finance intervention, in my humble opinion. And so it's actually at the interface between economists and the medical world. Does the health system matter? It certainly does. This is the standard graph linking spending on healthcare and life expectancy. And when you do more detailed econometrics, you find that at low levels of income, life expectancy goes up very rapidly in response to increased funding, middle less so, and then at the top, it's quite a shallow slope. My colleague Rodrigo Moreno Serra and I have done some detailed econometric analysis on this, where we looked at all 153 countries over a 13-year period, and used, there are big problems with endogeneity and other things that keep econometricians in business, so we had to do some fancy two-steps thing. But basically the bottom line is a 10% increase in government expenditure per capita reduces the number of deaths of children by 7.9 per thousand. That's a really large number. And actually, another way of looking at our results is that in poor countries, the cost of a life year saved is about $145, which is really tiny, and it just shows the benefits of putting more money in. I guess most of you will know the implicit cost we assume in this country of an extra life year, which is getting on the latest exchange rate for about, what would it be, about $40,000? $40,000 in UK. We think that's actually an overestimate. We think it's more like $20,000, but we'll put that aside. And of course, it's the private insurance also has an impact. You would expect it to, but it's not as big an impact as the public health insurance, because of course the public health insurance gets to the poorest people who have the most to gain. This is some other work I've done on health systems with WHO Europe. The WHO produced the 6 building blocks of the health system. Actually, that can be debated about whether they're the right building blocks, but they're a useful device for organising your thoughts. And what I tried to do was simply, for each of those 6 across the top, list some of the big health system strengthening questions where we feel there are big weaknesses at the moment. And some of these are particularly potential areas for economic examination. It is amazing how little evidence has been done on economies of scale and scope, for example. I mean, the reason for the existence of the hospital is because it offers huge economies of scope in principle, but we can't find much work on that. And so, some really big issues, and that will then influence the optimal configuration of your health system once you start getting some evidence on that. There's a big issue about labour supply and about flexibility in tasks amongst health professionals, which again is poorly informed by evidence. Lots of things about information, about how we can improve the information available, for example, including economic principles into medical guidelines. Seems crazy. We have economic principles put into economic evaluation of medicines, but we don't then insert them into the guidelines. So, some really big issues here. I won't go through them all, but really just to say, economists have a big agenda in front of them, and we've only scratched the surface of many of these issues. The last point I want to make is that I think we've been, as economists, I'm talking as economists now, we've been pretty good at evaluating innovations and policy changes. We've been less good at designing new policies. And so this is something I did with Winnie Yip, which tried to say that we can do stuff here. We can look at the principle of constrained optimization and apply it to health systems and see if we can build better health systems as a result. That's only one example of what we might do. But this is just to satisfy those of you who need an equation to understand what's going on. I mean, the standard economic model is to try and maximize health benefits subject to costs. And you've got a budget constraint to be there. Okay, so you try and maximize the benefits. And that's what NICE does and economic agencies. What we did in this paper is simply say the quality of the health system actually affects the quality of all your benefits. So if you've got a poor quality health system, you might have poor quality outcomes, even if you've got the right procedures. But of course, costs of strengthening the health system cost money, so you've got to take it out of the budget, and then you optimize. And this is a baby example we did. This is from HIV, I think, and we took 9 procedures, 9 interventions there, and looked at, depending on how sensitive the outcomes are to health system strengthening, that's low sensitivity, high sensitivity. Down here, you spend more on the interventions and less on health system strengthening. Up here, you have to sacrifice some of the interventions, but you've got stronger health systems, so the benefits of the ones you do choose are greater. So, there's all sorts of things we can do in that area. So, have I got a second just for conclusions, Chair? So, the simple message that is not new, everyone talks about it. The health system is a vital resource for improving population health. The scope of the health system, it's important to bear in mind, goes way beyond curative health services, and in particular includes trying to influence other sectors. And we heard about Portugal this morning, for example, where the health ministry was very influential in getting these sugar taxes too successful, it sounded like, from the point of view of the finance ministry. This is a set of 5 levers that people at Harvard use in their flagship course for trying to organize things. And I think they're a pretty good way of thinking about this problem for economists. Because it shows where our input could be helpful. Sources of finance for the health system. It's amazing how few people have traced the links between the public finance literature and the health system finance. It's a big gap, and yet public finance literature
has lots of lessons for us. Provider payment, of course, we've done lots of work on results-based financing and so on. But actually, we've been less good at design. David Drainov makes this point in his chapter on this. We've been less good at designing mechanisms that will produce optimal outcomes from providers. We've been better at evaluating what's been done. Lots of work to be done on industrial organisation of the healthcare system. Have we got the balance right between primary care and secondary care, for example? I mean, we ought to be able to inform that. Regulation, lots. Do you know how many regulators we got in this country in the health domain? Francis, are you able to help us with that? You don't know? No, I've lost count, but it's certainly. Anita, any idea?
Well, the workforce alone, about 40.
40 in the workforce. Yeah, I think it's over 100 anyway. So we may not be optimal. We may not be optimal on regulation. And then there's the whole set of persuasion, all the behavioural, institutional economics that can help us with that. So, enormous scope for economics. If the new centre can produce just the answers to just a fraction of these questions, it will be making a major contribution, and I wish it all the very best in its endeavours.
Great note to end on there, and I don't believe you only found out about that last night. That was very comprehensive, thank you. Okay, next up we have Katerina and Law, both from Imperial, and they're going to be talking about how big data can be harnessed to identify priorities and support the development of public health policy, using examples, of course, from ongoing research at Imperial. Katerina is going to illustrate an approach to assessing the role of determinants of health in low-income countries. Is that right? And Laura is going to discuss research on the health and healthcare impacts of climate change and air pollution in the UK. So, very interesting indeed.
Thank you, Paul, and thanks for everybody coming here together. So I'm presenting today joint work that I did with Pete Smith and Steve Martin. Now, of course, Pete just talked about health systems, so this directly contradicts what he did before, or rather, I would say, is an example of the wide breadth of work that Pete worked on over his career. So we used methods of artificial intelligence in order to understand more about the social determinants of health. Well, we know that there are great inequalities in health between countries, also within countries, subgroups of the population, for example, between men and women. Now, that could be to do with occupational risks that men are exposed to that women are not, although the life of a woman is also has its risks as well. Then I better not comment on this. We also know about the hazards, environmental and otherwise, of living in urban areas. Okay, but this is of course a serious topic, so let me start. Jack, would you mind? Yeah. So we know that over the past century, we saw great increases in life expectancy, but progress was much slower in some countries or in some continents than in others. And experts are actually struggling to agree precisely why that is the case. Now, we know that there are the social determinants of health, that there are many causes of ill health which may lie outside of the healthcare sector, and there is a broad area of research looking at what these causes may be. So, for example, the WHO Commission on the Social Determinants of Health did some great work trying to collate all this research evidence on these determinants that span far and wide, from sanitation, access to clean water, education, but then also to encompass employment, fair trade agreements, and the pollution of the environment, good governance. Now, policymakers find it difficult, though, to translate this kind of research evidence into concrete policy action. It is just very difficult to know where to set priorities. Resources are limited, and we have to really make sure that we invest into the determinants that promise the greatest improvements in life expectancy. Now, in principle, with an analysis of past data and econometric models, we can learn a bit more about which of these determinants may be the most important one. However, in the area of the social determinants of health, this has proven difficult. There are many papers and research papers which look at specific topic areas. So, for example, one paper may look at the effect of sanitation on health, whereas a second paper looks at the impact of health care. Now, even if appropriate controls are included in the model, it's difficult then for policymakers to actually compare across these determinants and to say really where the investments should be made. What we really would need is a kind of supermodel of life expectancy where we put in all determinants that we have data on and compare them all against the others. But this, of course, is statistically not feasible to do. So we, in this work, adopted a different approach instead. We used publicly available data from the World Bank on all low-income countries in the world and over 20 years and 45 determinants of health. Now, what we did, we split up this supermodel into over 100,000 submodels, each with 4 determinants, using up all possible combinations of determinants. We could then test the importance of each determinant against all others, not in one go, but sequentially. Now, that's actually the method of model averaging. It has been around for a while, but it was difficult to implement in the past. But we used advanced methods of artificial intelligence and Imperial's supercomputer in order to estimate these models. And using this approach, we could reduce the estimation time from something like months to a few days. By the way, my slides look so fancy because Imperial's tech foresight team helped me prepare this for a non-academic audience, so you can enjoy that now as well. So how exactly did this work? So we estimated a determinant's association with life expectancy each time it appeared in one of these submodels. We saved the estimates and repeated this for every determinant. So each one appeared in over 13,000 submodels, resulting in the same number of estimates per determinant. Now, these are actually regression estimates. They quantify the association between a determinant and life expectancy, and they actually mean something. So, for example, if you would increase the access to sanitation of the population by 1%, how many more months would people live on average? So what we did then, we lined up all the estimates for each determinant from smallest to largest. And what we found was interesting. For some determinants, estimates varied a lot across these different submodels. They flip-flopped between positive and negative, or they were 0. So if we line them up here and establish a statistical distribution from them, then you can see the wide variation of impact that is estimated from the different models. Now, actually, we have doubt whether this determinant is a robust predictor or a robust determinant of life expectancy. But for some other determinants, we found that estimates did not vary much across submodels. Each test, if you so want, each test of the determinant's importance gave the same answer. It is a robust predictor of life expectancy. In this situation here, it has a positive association with life expectancy. Now, of course, now you want to have the list of determinants that are robust and non-robust. So of the 45 determinants we tested, 20 were in fact robust, and it's perhaps no surprise that those included sanitation, primary schooling, good governance, and crop production, and actually also gender equality, which we proxied by the number of women in parliament. So based on our findings, we can say that these determinants are associated over the past 20 years with a longer life expectancy. Now then comes the part that doesn't make us friends usually when we present this. There were 25 determinants that were not robust. And surprisingly, those included healthcare, secondary schooling, air pollution, and livestock production, and some more. So based on our findings, we have to doubt whether over the past 20 years these determinants were robustly associated with life expectancy for these very poor countries that we were analyzing. Now, in summary, before our study, policymakers were confronted with an impressive body of evidence, but each one on a specific topic area. Now, with our modeling approach, we could compare determinants across topic areas, and this helps policymakers identify those determinants that warrant action or further research. I think it is very important to say that the approach we used, model averaging, is an entirely data-driven approach. It is subject to the data that we have available, subject to the quality of the data. And we believe that if we had different data or better data, that our findings may have been different. But what we can say, it is one approach in looking at the problem, and it makes efficient use of all the data that we have. It doesn't throw away any information. It has also, it can be used for other strategic decision making, and it has commercial applications. Now, to conclude, we think that artificial intelligence and empirical data analysis, such as the one that we have created here, are powerful aids to decision makers, but we still need to rely on their hopefully good intuition and experience when it comes to making decisions that affect all our lives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorenzin. I'm an assistant professor here at the business school, and I'm going to present today how we use here at the business school large data set in order to address and try to measure the impact of environment on health outcome and healthcare provision. So I have to highlight that many of the things that I'm going to discuss are collaboration. I wouldn't be able to do it by myself. Except errors, this I'm very capable to do, so errors are mine. The inputs are my colleagues, and it's a joint work. So just to be clear on what we're trying to address, when we talk about the environmental impact, sometimes people think of global warming. And of course, global warming is a long-term change and a slow process, and we might not necessarily see the effect, but we see the effect of climate change that comes with global warming. And climate change is expressed as an increase in climate variabilities. And this, we've seen that it has direct effect on the population, on the environment, and of course on health outcome. So looking at climate change basically sets two types of challenges. The first one is trying to better understand how this increased climate variability affects health outcomes and the provision of healthcare. And the other challenge that comes with climate change, we have, of course, to reduce our CO2 emission, but it means we have to change our economic activity to make sure we also not polluting, which has a direct effect on health outcome. So to summarize what we are doing here in our research, you have the context of climate change and pollution, and we are looking only at the direct effect of pollution and climate change, not at the overall mechanism, but how it affects our health and health outcomes, and how can we prepare for a better future. It's a big topic, and we are in a good position here at the business school because we have three main assets. Basically, we can count on interdisciplinary collaboration. So Franco has mentioned the Grantham Institute of Climate Change. There is a School of Medicine, there is a School of Public Health, and many more. And this helps us to understand some of the mechanisms that are behind, and I'm going to illustrate how they also support us in our research. We have the resources to use big data that Katarina has illustrated, and of course we can use our in-house expertise trying to disentangle a relationship from a causal effect. So this illustrates this. With this graph, I wanted to show you how we can work with other parts of the college. So for example, here on the map here, you have all the monitors that capture temperature. And of course, if for what we are doing, we are interested in the impact of temperature on the health outcome, but we need to understand, we need to have better measure of local temperature. And these are things I don't have the expertise to do. So they create models that take into account altitudes, wind, and all sorts of things to come up with this kind of map. And then through collaboration, we can access this data to have a better understanding to what individuals are exposed to and have and make some conclusion on what's the impact of the local environment on health outcomes. Another thing is all the facilities we have to deal with big data. So we have the computer that Katarina mentioned, and we also have the Data Science Institute that some of you have seen this morning. And what it allows us to do is to plot all this data. So you have to imagine that we have 10 years of hospital admission on a daily basis at each hospital level for each type of disease with a lot of information. We match them to weather data, so temperature, wind, precipitation. And we also include pollution measures, many types of pollutants. And finally, we match them to cost in order to understand how it all works together in terms of cost as well, not only number of healthcare admission, but how it impacts the cost. So what you see here, just to give you an idea, it's 64 screen, and it allows us to draw the different trends and highlight some anomalies in the data. And then we can also do some simple descriptive. For example, here what we have plotted is the size of each square, summarize the number of admission, and the color highlight the cost, the average cost to treat those admission. And what you see is that very often the large square are also the most expensive cases to treat. And this will have a significant meaning in the case of the impact of environment on health, because actually the diseases that are mostly affected by the environment are the ones that are in red. So to go back to how we put all this data together and come up with some effect. So the first thing you see on the first row is seasonality of data in two cases. So the first one here is respiratory disease, whereas here is musculoskeletal type of admission. And what you see here, of course, in the case of respiratory disease, we have a lot of seasonality. So in the summer, there is a very, very low level of admissions, whereas in the winter, the other way around, whereas winter admissions are very high. In this case, in case of musculoskeletal disease, you see a trend, but actually it's not significant. And what we can do now, controlling for other factors, controlling for seasonality, bank holiday, pollution levels, we can see the impact of those extreme weather changes. And what you see at the bottom, depending on the methodology we adopt, there is still a very strong and significant effect of cold spell in the case of respiratory disease. And in the case of musculoskeletal disease, there is an effect that seems to appear on the second day of a cold spell. So I think the contribution of this method and the advantage of having those very large data set is that it allows us to compare different types of admissions using the same methodology to have comparable estimates, because the approach so far has been to focus on very local area and specific disease. Respiratory disease has generated a lot of evidence, but what we do in this work is that we consider any type of admission without making any prior judgment on what could be the effect. So we are not doctor, we're just looking at the data, and what we find is that there are some patterns that seems to suggest that temperature might have a broader effect than just respiratory disease, cardiovascular disease, and so on. So, of course, circulatory disease and respiratory disease are the most prominent ones, but we've also found some story around infectious disease that could be a vector affecting both diseases. And that's something we've been able to do looking at this large data set. Now, from an economic perspective, these are all association in the end. Even though the weather distribution might be relatively random, we still think it's not enough to say that we have a causal effect of weather. Imagine, for example, that we are not controlling for pollution. All this might be driven by pollution. If we have high temperature, pollution might be very high as well, which may cause high level of admission. So the relationship that we observe might simply be spurious. So as an economist, what we do, we like abrupt changes, unexpected changes. And one thing I'm doing with Ulrich Wagner is that we are looking at the impact of the European emission trading scheme. So for the one who are not familiar with this, it's a mandatory scheme across all Europe, so 31 countries, that and firms have to buy permit in order to pollute. So it had an effect on their CO2 emission, which was the main target. But when you change your level of activity, it also affects different types of pollutant. And that's what we have used as change, as an unexpected change, to understand how it could affect health outcomes. So it's still a work in progress, but what we see is that this policy had a positive, well, it reduces CO2 emission, but it has also reduced some pollutants that have been previously linked to a negative health outcome. So it might be a good thing on average to say, oh, these pollutants also have been reduced, but average are not representative. So what we're looking at now is the distribution of these changes across Europe. And what we see is that once we look at the distribution, even if the overall effect was positive, less emissions, we see that weighted for population, we see that typically in London and south of England, there has been a relative increase in those emissions. So now the next step that we're going to use, and unfortunately I don't have the result to present, but is that we have these changes, this increase in this level of emission, and we're going to look at the impact of this increase in pollutant that are relatively random with the local population, and to see if it has made their health worse or if it hasn't had any impact. So that's the route. That's the road ahead of us. So we're going to keep working on the NHS and trying to better understand the seasonality and the impact of extreme weather event. We are looking at the co-benefit of the ETS in this case. We have work with UK Health Forum and our colleagues at St Mary trying to understand the impact and trying to cost the impact of air pollution on the NHS. And with other colleagues, we're looking at how people adapt to these changes, because adaptation might be very different whether you live in Spain or in the UK when you have an extreme weather event. So that's our research agenda in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you both. Some fascinating things on some very politically hot potato topics at the moment, but great to see the real scientific work going into it. Next up is Melanie, followed by Calypso. So Melanie is going to speak first. And Melanie is an experienced health economist at the WHO, and she's going to focus on how to develop an evidence base on the health and economic aspects of public health policies and illustrate some of the approaches and work that she's been doing at the World Health Organization. Melanie.
Thank you very much. I feel like I'm going to take a step back to basics for a lot of the people in this room following the last few presentations on big data and how it's used and what it does, but I'll be taking a slightly more global perspective and low-income perspective, looking at how this evidence gets used or doesn't in different settings and how we use the evidence produced by research institutes in developing global norms at the World Health Organization. So firstly, my department, Health Systems Governance and Financing, we're involved in a lot of different types of work, one part of which is health technology assessment, but other parts are supporting disease-specific programs within WHO on economic analysis. So I'll start by talking a little bit about how we see priority setting occurring in low and middle income countries and where economics fits in with that, and then talk a bit about the work we do on non-communicable diseases and with the United Nations Interagency Task Force on NCDs. So Firstly, in most country settings, we see three major steps involved in priority setting for health. So this is priority setting in terms of what to put in the National Strategic Plan or what to put in the health benefit package. And we see these as three separate, distinct parts of a process. So the first part is the development of the data. So that's what we're talking about here. The evidence, the efficacy and safety, economics, and values. And we're very concerned about seeing a firewall around the development of that evidence before it goes into a participatory dialogue process. So to make sure that the evidence remains free from conflicts of interest and that there's also a process that sees evidence used in a decision-making process. So in the UK, that's very clear. NICE exists as an HTA process. There's citizen engagement in developing decisions. In a lot of other settings, we don't know how decisions are made. They're made by the loudest voice getting their agenda item on the table, or the company that's willing to pay the policymaker the most on the side to get their latest hot topic drug on the agenda. We see this kind of process happening within a legal framework. Some countries have a weak legal framework, some countries have a strong legal framework, and we have increasing demand from countries to help to provide technical assistance on developing a strong legal framework that will move them towards universal health coverage. I think we've had some great discussions about universal health coverage and health system strengthening, but the legal framework is really an important part of that I think sometimes we don't think of as economists, that someone actually sets a law saying that our data is going to be used in some kind of decision-making process. So I'm hoping that the dialogue and decision parts will be some of what Calypso will cover when she talks about political economy after me. So as I said, the economic considerations, which I'll specifically talk about, they're part of the evidence base. They should be free from undue influence. So we are concerned about conflict of interest happening in a lot of settings. And there's a lot of potential economic tools. We tend to get caught up in cost-effectiveness analysis only, but there's also a lot of interest in other things. So budget impact analysis, costing of health benefit packages, and costing of national strategic plans, which are slightly different things. Fiscal and financial space projections to see what we expect healthcare to cost in the future and if we can afford it. And generally the answer is no. The out-of-pocket or catastrophic expenditures that people face. So we already heard that in a lot of African settings, a large proportion of healthcare expenditure is out-of-pocket. So what proportion of the population are forced into poverty as a result of accessing healthcare? And then looking at returns on investment. And this is, I guess, one of the donor darlings at the moment, looking at investment cases and returns on investment. And it's something that goes on in various different fields with different types of success. So within WHO, we have kind of two mandates. One is our global normative guidance setting, and one is the support of countries when they request technical assistance to support them in a particular topic. So we firstly develop global norms in terms of both methodological norms and guidance on specific numbers. And then we develop country-level tools to implement those global norms to get local evidence to see if those norms apply at the local setting. So within WHO, our economic evaluation or cost-effectiveness project is called WHO Choice. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It's a generalised cost-effectiveness analysis, so we compare each intervention individually with doing nothing. We have 400 interventions that we evaluate across 20 diseases or risk factors, and we look at intervention packages based on different budget envelopes available. So this work has been going on in WHO for around 20 years, and it's mainly targeted at low and low middle income countries. The interventions that we cover in this analysis are not particularly relevant for higher income countries. They have a lot more tertiary care and expensive interventions going on, whereas in the lower income settings we see a lot more infectious disease control and primary prevention of the NCDs. So one of the areas of work that this kind of thing feeds into is the Appendix 3 of the Global Action Plan for Non-Communicable Diseases. So this is the global plan for how to prevent and control NCDs from 2013 to 2020. And Appendix 3, which is probably the worst name of any document WHO produces, is a menu of policy options for each of the 6 objectives of the Global Action Plan. It contains 88 recommended interventions that come from WHO guidance documents, various international commissions on different types of things like ending childhood obesity, and it, wherever possible, provides information on cost effectiveness. So we look at how cost effective it is, what the budget impact is, and what the expected health outcomes are. So of the 88 interventions included, we're able to evaluate 56 of them. And there are 16 that are considered very cost effective and affordable for all WHO member states, and these are commonly referred to as the NCD best buys. And the action plan also includes a list of tools available to support countries in implementing. So this analysis was first done for the 2013 release of this Global Action Plan, and we've just updated it. It took us 3 days of the World Health Assembly to reach consensus amongst the member states, but it was endorsed by the World Health Assembly yesterday as an updated list of best buys. We were able to separate out, bring in new information, analyse sugar, sweet and beverage taxation, which is politically sensitive in a lot of countries, and just provide more information. So we have this tool that is 16 highly cost-effective interventions that every country should be able to implement. Sugar, sweet and beverage tax is not one of the most cost-effective, but it is on the list. So then when we take that kind of information and go to the country level, we have these global estimates of cost-effectiveness, which come from estimates of costs of what an intervention would look like if you followed the WHO guidelines exactly, which most countries don't actually do. And we also look at, the effectiveness of if it was implemented correctly, if everyone was reached, et cetera, et cetera. So we then need to take these numbers to a country and work out what it means in their context. So one of the ways that we do this is through the United Nations Interagency Task Force on Non-Communicable Diseases. So non-communicable diseases are not something that can be tackled by the health system alone. They're very multi-sectoral. We've talked a little bit about multi-sectoral engagement earlier on, but in particular with the development of the physical activity program in Portugal, we need a lot of different departments involved, and WHO can't go alone to the Department of Agriculture or Trade and try and work on health issues. So WHO and UNDP work together on a joint program to support country investment cases for non-communicable diseases. So this is quite a large process where a group of people, including a health economist, an epidemiologist, a political economist, and just a various large group of country supporters work together to develop an analysis of what NCDs look like in their country. So what is the current economic burden? How much do I need to spend to implement my plan? Are the best buys cost effective in my setting based on my epidemiology and my costs? What are my health gains going to be? What are my economic gains? And what's my return on investment? So in a lot of the settings that we come from, this kind of information is readily available or easy to calculate. When I go to a country like Nepal, they've never had a non-communicable disease action plan before. So they are trying for the first time to implement screening for hypertension and get people on antihypertensive drugs. So we're dealing with a setting with just no data on how many people are currently getting those drugs and what they're going to cost in that setting. So it's quite a difficult process, and we concurrently carry out an institutional context assessment to look at what the blockages in the system might be to implement some of the interventions that come out as highly cost effective, feasible to implement, but there might be political or personal reasons why these interventions can't be implemented. So if the Minister of Health holds shares in the local alcohol producing company, it's going to be really hard to increase taxes on alcohol, no matter if that's the most cost effective intervention or not. So we've carried these NCD investment cases out in 6 countries so far, and we have 46 countries waiting for technical assistance, and a great need to develop more people to help support those countries. So if people are interested in working with low and middle income countries in economic evaluation, I'm more than happy to discuss your abilities and time. So just as an example of how this has fed into a policy-making process, the first investment case that we did was in Barbados, and they have a huge issue with cardiovascular disease. They have a huge issue with obesity, with a lack of access to fruits and vegetables. They don't grow anything on the island. Everything is flown in from the US on a daily basis, so the costs are extremely high. There was a survey in school children where some of them hadn't eaten a vegetable in the last 10 days. So it's a situation where the lifestyle risk factors are really prominent and there's a lot of cardiovascular disease. So we see a lot of people missing work and working at reduced capacity due to their vascular diseases. And it's a loss of 2.6% of GDP associated with those factors. So the calculated needs in order to scale up their prevention plan and their treatment plan to get the people with diabetes related renal failure into treatment and treat the heart attacks and strokes as they happen was 26 Barbados dollars per capita per year. And if you divide that by 2, you get US dollars. And we calculated that there would be a return on investment of 7.9 over a 15-year period. So that's in keeping people in the workforce, keeping people alive, and just contributing to a more productive population. So the Barbados Minister of Health was very happy with the results of the analysis. It's been reported in the news a number of times. He's presented it at the World Health Assembly. And as a result, they've implemented a sugar-sweetened beverage tax in order to try and reduce their obesity rates and reduce their vascular disease burden in the future. So this is just one example of how the results of the work that we do can feed into policy changes at the local level, and we'll be tracking over the next few years to see what effect, if any, this has in the real world. I think with sugar-sweetened beverage tax, we're very early on. We can see reductions in sales, but we are still waiting to see them translate into health outcomes. So we have constraints in most of the countries that I work in using economic evidence in the priority setting and decision-making processes. And that's related to the country capacity to undertake the analysis. We have great training programs in a lot of countries around the world, but these don't necessarily translate into the low and low middle income countries. We don't have enough international technical assistance to support countries who are wanting to set up health technology assessment programs, learn to do cost effectiveness analysis, and set up this whole process. And this is particularly apparent in the non-communicable diseases. I think we've got more health economists working in HIV, TB and malaria because of the Millennium Development Goal issue that was raised earlier. We have difficulties in communication between multi-sectoral partners. So this is even between health and finance ministries. They don't speak the same language. So Michael was telling me over lunch that the Ministry of Health wants to develop an investment case, but it's not necessarily what the Ministry of Finance wants to hear. So we're still working out how to use this evidence to communicate effectively and increase the budget for health. And we're facing increasing demand from countries. And the one thing that we do know, and I think everyone in the room probably agrees on, is that increasing efficiency in our spending is the key to achieving universal health coverage. So hopefully we can continue to work towards economic evidence supporting universal health coverage. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so Calypso. Oh, she's making her way. Excellent. Calypso, you probably know, is a former NICE International head of, and actually is with Imperial now, continuing her good work here. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll try and be quick. Right. So Franco kindly asked me to talk about economics and politics and population health. So I I'm not an economist by training. I've trained as a doctor, though I don't practice, so failed surgeon, I guess. But I completely believe in economics, in health, and the role of economics, and have, in fact, the center that you've set up here. And one of the reasons is because a large chunk of the money spent on health currently is wasted. And of course, it depends how one defines waste, but both the WHO, the World Development Report in 2010, and most recently, earlier this year, the OECD report came up with this figure that a large chunk of money spent on healthcare is actually not buying us better health. And so I want to make 4 points. First of all, that bad economics can cost lives. Secondly, that economics and equity need not be at odds with one another. That this is not a technocratic exercise, the whole idea of informing investment decisions. And I think Melanie's talk showed this very clearly. And finally, it's really important not to undermine local governance when we engage in countries that are poorer than ours. So, do no harm. I think it's important to think about what cost-effective means, or what good value for money, what is appropriate for a country to invest in. And a lot of the time, the types of thresholds that are put out there in terms of defining cost-effectiveness or value for money may not be well enough calibrated. There's a lot of work done in this country about the nicest threshold, as Peter alluded to, but also increasingly internationally. And for instance, this work here showed that a lot of the countries in the world actually have affordability thresholds that are about half what the sort of 1 to 3 or 3 GDP per capita WHO suggestion seems to indicate. So I think it's important to consider that and apply economics to reveal the true opportunity costs of investment decisions. And by doing that, I think people can be held to account. And that's, I think, one of the greatest contributions of economics in global health when resources are scarce, as, again, the last point Melanie made about efficiency being an important element of investment. Now, the problem is that a lot of the time economists or non-economists, like myself, who pretend to be economists, use values, numbers that are not necessarily, do not reflect budgetary constraints in countries, are very much aspirational. And this is one example, that the sort of a whole movement of convergence, which is very much about lobbying, advocacy, and aspiration, which suggests that investing in health is good. Now, I'm sure that's true, but the numbers that these colleagues have come up with come from extrapolating valuations of health from developed rich countries, in this case the United States, and applying them to developing countries. And this is from a very sort of back-of-the-envelope analysis by Tommy Wilkinson, a colleague who works at Priceless in South Africa, where he basically took these values that the Lancet report, the Convergence 2035 report, used, and they're hidden somewhere in the appendices, and estimated that using those values of life years saved, for instance, the South African government should be spending about a quarter of its budget on 4 interventions. So they would scale up 4 interventions that work, we know they work, in maternal and child health, and this would cost them a quarter of their budget. In fact, just to save 3 lives, using those valuations, they would spend over 10% of their budget. Now that's just, perhaps it means well, but it's actually not realistic. So you can't go to a Minister of Finance and say, do this because it's worth it, because it's not, actually, and people are not stupid. So I think bad economics costs lives, and I think it's important to address that. Second point, you might remember Richard Horton's tweets, about 10 of them, starting with economics being the biggest fraud possibly perpetrated on humanity, and I've just got a couple of the others. So we will kill the soul of the economist if we argue for access free at the point of delivery, and economists institutionalize inequality. Now, some economists may do that, but I think it's bad to generalize. And I've put up here a quote by Frank Dobson, who's not an economist, an MP and Minister of Health at the time NICE was set up. In fact, he set NICE up. He comes from the north of England, and he said that health inequality is the worst inequality of all, there's no more serious inequality than knowing that you'll die sooner because you're badly off. And one of the biggest things he did as a minister was to set up an agency that would look at costs and trade-offs when it comes to adoption decisions for healthcare investments. And here I've got an example of some work that Richard Cookson's been doing and others are doing too in this space, trying to make explicit the trade-offs between equity and efficiency. In some cases, there's win-wins. This is situations where something can be both good value for money and reducing inequalities, and others that's not the case. But the point is making those trade-offs explicit to inform better decisions and hold people to account when they make those decisions. And on the right, it's one example of an intervention in red, which in this case you can see is rather regressive. So the richer get better, the health of the poor is not affected, and this is a similar intervention targeted in a different way, where you can see that the rich stay the same, whereas the poorest quintiles, actually their healthcare improves. So these are value judgments, and they can be made. Economics can inform these judgments, but I think by themselves to argue that economists are evil or economics is bad is perhaps a bit naive. The third point I want to make is about technocrats. So you need good technocrats, you need good capacity, but you also need other types of capacity. And when I'm referring to capacity, I'm referring to both personal, individual capacity, but also institutional capacities, system-level capacities. And trying to understand what types of capacity is needed to promote universal coverage and for the economists to work with and help build, perhaps, and communicate with, I think is really important. And we published a paper recently trying to look at these different types of capacities to inform priority setting. But I just want to give a few examples. I'll start with a stakeholder group that's not very often engaged with, but I think is really important, and that's the judiciary. And certainly in Latin America and increasingly in other countries around the world, the judiciary has a very important role to play. This is an example from Colombia, where the courts decide pretty much what should be provided on a case-by-case basis. And this is a tweet from the then Minister of Health in December 2014, showing how regressive those decisions are. You can see that the richest quintile actually ends up absorbing the vast majority of funds which accompany those judges' decisions about who gets what, whereas those that are poorest get very little of the total money spent. And it's quite a large chunk of the total health expenditure that's committed through these judicial decisions. So the judiciary is important. Parliament, and this is an example from the UK, where the country's parliament has had 6 Health Select Committee inquiries into NICE, and they've been critical, they've been supportive, but the important thing is that all in all, they've always been explicit about the need to prioritize. They've always said that we know that there's finite resources and not everybody can get access to everything they may think they need. So I think that's important to have the backing of Parliament. Thailand. Civil society, that's an interesting example because the Thai government actually offers to support financially advocacy organizations to prevent capture from industry. Of course, you might argue that's captured by government anyhow. You know, you need to get your money somewhere. But those advocacy organizations, certainly the HIV groups, actually were instrumental in the 90s, late 90s, in introducing both universal coverage and also more explicit and accountable processes for deciding what goes into the UC package. And this is from one of those protests at the time before the universal coverage scheme, the 30 baht scheme, was launched in Thailand. And finally, diplomats. I think that's really important, global diplomacy as well. So the ability of the healthcare system to engage with global actors, especially powerful ones, like in the case of the United States. So there's recent examples of the US Foreign Office, the equivalent Foreign Office, State Department, interfering with pricing decisions of countries like Colombia or licensing decisions of countries like India, and pushing one way or another, trying to get them to adopt new technologies at certain prices that the American government considers to be appropriate. And this is one example from the Philippines. In this case, it's the British ambassador here, former British ambassador next to the GSK executive, and this is a vice minister. That's when the British firm GSK was awarded a vaccine contract. It caused a little bit of upset. The president then put heat. This guy, the vice minister, resigned first, and the health secretary, his boss, resigned later, within a year. and then the contract went to Pfizer. I'm sure the American government also exerted some pressure in this country. There was some analysis done which actually backed Pfizer's vaccine over the GSK one, but politics matter. I'm not sure these guys looked at the evidence that much. And the last point I wanted to make is about governance. I really like this blog by Justin Parkhurst. He's now LSE, I think. But basically what he wrote about the impact of donors, of funders of research, calling on researchers to become influencers, to become advocates of their own research in order to show policy impact. And the point he's making here is that to do that may well undermine other governance structures or may well be more locally representative. So, trying to get your research taken up in a country where governance is perhaps weak may not be the right way. And I think this is an interesting piece of work on what they call practical norms, which basically concludes the introduction of new practical norms by local actors. Some people may judge those practical norms as to be corrupt, perhaps or not appropriate, but as opposed to the importation of official norms by foreign organizations, should perhaps be accorded priority, encouraged and supported. So looking at how governance locally could well be supported and work be more effective as opposed to imported norms one way or another. So governance, local governance is important. So bad economics costs lives. Saying that we can afford something when we can't afford it just results in huge crowding out and distortions. So some people actually lose access to care they need and they die sooner. Economics and equity are not necessarily at odds. It depends on how you use economics as a tool. A technocracy matters, but it's not sufficient. You need to engage other groups, such as the judiciary or civil society, and local governance is very important. So I'll finish there, and I'll give you a quote from a former DG. I hope the current DG follows that example, who was very explicit in saying that if services are to be provided for all, not all services can be provided, which is what Peter mentioned earlier in his definition of UHC. So thanks very much for having me.
Okay, we're just going to devote 5 minutes or so to a brief Q&A session. So I'm going to ask, we've had 6 people speak and we have 4 chairs. So that's going to be an interesting logistical issue. But maybe if 4 of you could sit in the center and maybe on either side as well, just very quickly. Or you can stay where you are if you want, I suppose. I don't know, I suppose it's quicker that way. So... Okay, thank you to those of you who have sent in some questions. I'm going to merely talk through the first few. Do let some more roll in if you can. How can you strengthen and hold health ministers? Whoever wrote that wrote health monsters the first time, so thank you very much for clarifying that one. How can you strengthen and hold health ministers accountable in LIC? I'm not actually sure what LIC is.
Low-income countries.
Oh, there you go, I've been told. Where resources are limited and corruption is high. Who was it who was speaking about health ministers? And I think it was yourself, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, just to answer on behalf of me and Katerina, I think if you haven't got some sort of decent governance in your country, loosely speaking, you're stuffed. And actually, I think governance came out one of the very strongest social determinants of health. And there is a sense in which you really can't do a lot if you haven't got the rudiments of accountability in a system. So my answer to that question, in short, would be that it's very tough, short of a revolution. And but maybe you've found ways of doing it in WHO that escape.
I would just agree that governance needs to be strengthened. There needs to be a strong legal framework that underpins and promotes transparency, lack of conflict of interest, and that the citizens are mobilised to, empowered to have their say and participate in the decision-making process.
Yeah. Could I perhaps just add, actually, the World Health Report 2000 was an attempt precisely to address that, because it was trying to bypass what ministers said and to show citizens citizens how their health system was performing. And, you know, you can argue that some of the uproar that was caused by the World Health Report 2000 actually showed it was moderately successful in doing that and getting to. So there is a role for international agencies in bypassing in that circumstance.
By the way, does anybody wish to answer a question, ask a question in the more conventional formats? As we do have a microphone, so do feel free. Oh, well, Franco. Actually, just while I'm bringing the microphone to Franco, let me just bring this one up for Jean-Paul, who, as you can see, said that in some parts of the world you need to spend more money if you're going to achieve the MDGs. What needs to change to do this? So maybe you can answer that.
Yeah.
Have you got it?
Thank you. Yeah. Does it work? Yeah. Well, I didn't say that we just need to spend more money. What I said is that with the current anticipation we can have of a projection of available healthcare expenditures in developing countries, it's absolutely impossible to reach some of the basic goals that are in the SDGs. So it's a necessary condition to have more capacity of more financing through either ODA or local capacity. And I think, Peter, you will agree, I guess, with me on that. But then, of course, you need to to have a better use of available money. But what is clear, so in that sense, I disagree a little bit with Jeffrey Sachs, which often only emphasizes the need for more ODA or for more money. But on the other hand, I don't think that saying that only by better allocation of existing funds we will solve a problem is not at the level of need. So we really need to have a mobilization of public opinions and to find mechanisms in order to have more transfer from the north to the south and inside the societies, the southern societies. If I may add something, because that's something that makes me nervous. I don't like when you say, when you talk about corruption and only relate it to the developing countries. There are, of course, rational situations when the wages of the civil servants or even physicians are so low, they will try to find some informal payments. But believe me, my father used to have an associate in New York in a company of frozen fish, and frankly, the corruption level in the harbor of New York is largely comparable to the one I've seen in Burkina Faso. Not speaking about Napoli, in which about two-thirds of Chinese imports in Europe go through without paying any custom tax. So, well, let's first start sweeping a little bit in our own houses before stigmatizing the others, right?
Actually, Jean-Paul, I'm not surprised at all by that. So thank you. Franco, you have a question.
I'm glad our friends from Naples who were here this morning have left. Okay. Well, I just want to pick up very briefly on a concept that Melanie has used in her presentation. That's the return on investment concept, which I always find a bit difficult to use in this particular context. I mean, clearly, return on investment usually lumps together things, effects, benefits, and costs that accrue to very different people, and they're not entirely, measurable on the same scale, and you can't always add them up as if they were in the same units, basically. But you're not the only one, clearly, who is thinking in terms of return on investment. We have people here in the room from Public Health England, for instance. In this country, the concept of return on investment has become a cornerstone of public health investment. And I wonder if Jean-Paul is seeing the same, in the global south, in countries that, are still developing. So, as an economist, how useful do you really think that concept is in health economics?
I think it's a useful advocacy tool for the Ministry of Health to use as part of their communication materials with the public and with the Ministry of Finance. Some of that information is something that the public can understand. I think when we're talking about return on investment, we need to be very clear about what the framework is, what's in and what's out. So if we're going to try and use it as a, really exact science, it's not that. There's too many different variables, as you brought up, timing, who the benefits are accruing to. I think what I've seen it used for successfully is to make the Ministry of Health feel empowered to try and speak the same language as the Ministry of Finance in terms of talking about GDP growth and productivity gains. So I guess that's where I've seen it be most useful, and beyond that, I think you've got some very good points.
Thank you. A question for Katharina on the board. You looked at life expectancy, but what also about quality of life? Can big data be used to answer this question? Is that something you've looked at?
Well, yes. I mean, the measure that we used for this particular study was life expectancy because that was the measure that was available for us. But I think it's also important to look at child mortality, or maybe one of you students here in the room can repeat this for different indicators. Now, I think traditionally it's very difficult to measure quality of life because the data requirements are just high on this, but I think more and more studies now, also in challenging settings, are done that collect data on quality of life, and these estimates can often be used and replicated to evaluate the impact of interventions also in other areas. So I think that as modelers, there's a lot we can do to measure things that are traditionally difficult to measure.
Thank you. And then one final one, I think. Not that one. Where is it? Should health economists become more like engineers, designing solutions within constraints? I suppose this is in contradiction to trying to push those constraints. If so, what are the most important research tools for this? Who wants to have a go at that? Not looking at anyone, Peter.
Thank you. Actually, I guess that was the drift of what Winnie and I were saying, that I think there's an issue here about the short term versus the long term. In the short term, almost everything is constrained for a decision maker. And so you are operating in trying to do the best you can with the workforce you've got, with the configuration of hospitals, with everything else constrained. In the medium to long term, your job as a policymaker should be to relax those constraints as much as you can. So then you become much less constrained. You become more like the people who do the work for NICE, the evaluators. NICE is implicitly doing long-run average costs in its work. And so, of course, the glib answer to this is that you should do both. You should do a short-run analysis to see what you can achieve in the short run, but you should then periodically think about the long-run shape of your health system and adapt it as best you can to the uncertainty and everything that you're confronted with, but also the evidence. So it's a tough job for decision makers, but I think they should, to some extent, be looking more at constrained optimization alongside the unconstrained solutions.
Thank you very much. That's a good answer. I think it's time for a coffee, isn't it? I suggest that we keep the coffee break the same length as originally planned, so 15 minutes, and we'll come back here at just after 10:02. So please go and have a break. Thank you. See you shortly.
Yeah.
Would you be okay if I emailed you about
Yeah,
this?
sure.
You all
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Thank you. Did that come through? I don't think it did it?
Okay, I think we're going to start. So, this is the last session. We're very conscious, I think, that there's not been much scope for audience participation because we've had such fantastic presentations. So we're going to try, though, to be mean to the last set of presenters by making sure everyone just keeps to their 15 minutes. And then we'll have a bit more room, I think, at the end for some discussion. And maybe if everybody doesn't like this session at all, they can talk to the other presenters that were on. So I'm going to speak first. This session is rather different to the other sessions in the sense that we kind of switch topic to an area that we've done a lot of work on at CHEPI, which is about the role of incentives that Pete Smith mentioned in his talk. So the other thing to add is that we have three really great speakers who are Pedro Rosas Diaz from the Business School, Adam Wagstaff from the World Bank, and then Michael Borovitz is going to reply to or give his reflections on what everyone's said. The session was advertised as the first speaker will be Winnie Yip, who unfortunately wasn't able to get out of the US, not because she couldn't get into Britain, but because the Indian government seemed to have impounded her passport in the guise of getting her a visa. So I said I'd step in and talk on something that was related to incentives, and that's what I'm going to do. So my talk is rather different to this session in which we're looking at incentives generally, and is incentives actually given by the labour market, rather than a set of financial incentives that you might put in terms of paying for performance or paying for quality. And the question that I'm asking in this bit of research that I'm going to kind of whip through is, do CEOs matter in healthcare? There's kind of there's lots of so the kind of backdrop to this is why you might be worried about whether CEOs or other workers mattered in healthcare, is there's a hell of a lot of variation in healthcare. We know that there's variation in spending, in treatment, in health outcomes. Now, I'm going to be talking about a developed country, but there is lots of variation everywhere in every country. We also know that completely outside the healthcare sector, that there's a role for management in improving the quality of what their organizations do. Indeed, we wouldn't be sitting in a business school if we didn't believe that in some ways people in organizations mattered and people who manage organizations that matters. So there's quite a lot of evidence on the role of management practices outside the health sector. There's growing evidence on the efficacy of management practices within the healthcare sector. Work by Nick Bloom and others worldwide shows that adoption of higher quality management practices improves outcomes in healthcare. And there's a lot of evidence on, if you like, bottom-up management practices, which are things like frontline interventions such as checklists, teams from leading people like Atul Gawande and others, that show that bottom-up innovations to improve management also work. What there's much less evidence of is whether top leadership has an impact in healthcare delivery. And that's what the study that I'm going to kind of whip you through in a rather mean way, because it's a bit fast, so ignore the slides and maybe just listen to me, which is how much do CEOs matter in firms that operate in healthcare? And we're taking our case study, if you like, is the British NHS. Why is the British NHS a nice case study to take? Well, the NHS is the largest employer in the UK and the 5th largest employer in the world, which is kind of a rather staggering fact that I didn't know till my co-author actually pointed this out. We've got a very large data set on managers who we follow for about 14 years who operate within the NHS, and they move in and out of different organisations in the NHS. And we're also interested in a system which is a public system. And the reason is that in healthcare, many arms of delivery are either public or not-for-profit. So we think that studying the setting of whether CEOs matter in a public system has more applicability than just to the kind of small country that's gradually drifting off into the middle of the Atlantic. So the methodology we use for those that are interested is essentially what we do is we observe individuals who move between firms over time so that we can net out the impact of the individual from the impact of the organization they're in. So that's what we do kind of methodologically. And what we find, for those of you who find long days and long talks rather hard to concentrate in, I'll tell you my findings now, and then you can have a kind of 10-minute drift off. What we find is that NHS CEOs, the managers of NHS large acute hospitals that employ kind of around 800 nurses, maybe 300 doctors, and a rather large number of other staff, that there's systematic evidence that some CEOs are paid well in a comparable situation to other CEOs. So there's a large amount of variation in what they're paid over their lifetime. On the other hand, we also match that with looking at what they're actually doing in terms of the kind of inputs they choose to use, their throughputs, things like length of stay, infection rates, bed usage, and indeed some clinical outcomes like how many of their patients die from following particular treatments, or indeed things like clinical outcomes like infection rates. We find actually there are no significant differences over the lifetime of the CEO between CEOs. What does that mean? That means that CEOs might do very well in one organization, but not do very well in another organization. In other words, the actions that they do in these large hospitals are not very portable across the hospital organizations. And that seems to us to be quite an important finding. It's hard for NHS CEOs to replicate the activities that they do in one setting in another setting. Now, that may come as no great surprise to people who study hospitals, but on the other hand, it's something I think that's never been statistically shown before and kind of illustrates the kind of work that we try and do here, which is maybe to take a belief that you always had and to try and show that actually in practice that belief is either real or perhaps not real. So I don't want to spend, as I say, much time on this, and I'm very aware that we have a tight program today. So I just want to talk a little bit about the kind of way that we've gone about this, and show you a couple of pictures. So the institutional context is a context in which the NHS has been investing in its management and has also put in what a lot of us, I think, in this room might call new public management forms, in that what the government has said to these organizations, and it's a belief that many people in healthcare system delivery believe in, that you should give more autonomy to individuals who run organizations. So that's the kind of backdrop to this. Hospitals in the UK are freestanding organizations operating entirely within the public sector. They earn revenue from essentially contracts won in competition with other firms. And they have many visible targets and performance metrics, things like original star ratings developed in the early 2000s to targets like waiting times targets, cancer waiting times targets, and indeed clinical outcome targets. Against this, there's been also increasing importance stressed on the role of management in these organizations. CEO selection is done by boards who are technically independent, and there's devolution to those boards of CEO remuneration. So they're kind of operating in an environment that's kind of a new public management environment within the public sector. And you can see actually what this has done. This is a graph of CEO, NHS CEO pay compared to senior clinicians, middle managers, and nurses over the period 2000 to 2015. And essentially, this is benchmarked at 2000, but it's the same graph. You can see that CEO pay is above that of senior clinicians, but has risen faster and has remained higher after a downturn for most other folk in about 2010. No love from the press for that. Big fat cats get an awful lot. So the question, as I said, is we evaluate what difference does CEO really make on performance, and we do two related questions. First of all, we say, are there persistent pay differences? I.e., does the market perceive? So the market is, in the sense here, doing the incentive rewarding. Does the market perceive these guys as different? And secondly, are there systematic differences in actually what they do? So we have the kind of actually what they do. We have data on pay. We look at capital, patient volumes, labor, throughputs, things like cancelled operations, day cases, length of stay. Waiting times, we look at some clinical outcomes, we look at financial outcomes. So we look at a sort of basket of things that most large acute hospitals do in any country in the world. So say we basically follow individuals as they move between organizations, allowing us to separate out organizations from the individuals. In terms of kind of statistics, what we actually find is that the CEO, thank you, that there's significant, as I say, variation in pay across CEOs, that this is persistent, that essentially if they're better paid than other people in similar organizations, when they move to a new organization, they take that better pay with them. Conversely, if they're worse paid than people who look like they're managing similar organizations, when they move to their next organization, they take that pay with them. This is just a graph of that. There's quite a lot of variation. The variation might be as up to £40,000 difference between a good, well-paid CEO and a badly paid CEO. That's quite a lot when the average is only about 120. So then when we look at the variables, where we're actually looking for whether you have an impact on either input choice or throughput and activity, or indeed on clinical outcomes, there we find a very different story. What we actually find, and this is for those of you who basically just want to have a quick look at the statistics, the manager accounts for about 33% of the variation in total pay. But in all these other outcomes, the actual CEO accounts for very little of the variation in total activity. So whether you're looking at labor inputs, throughputs, clinical outcomes, or financial surplus, the role of the CEO is much, much smaller statistically, i.e. they have much less association with what happens. I won't go through these. What now, finally, is pay correlated with performance? So we can see that the market believes that these people make a difference, either for good or to bad. We can see that actually what happens is that in performance terms, whilst they might be lucky in being able to achieve good performance in one setting, or they might have the ability to achieve good performance in one setting, they can't take it elsewhere. So finally, is pay related to performance? No, in fact, there's very little relationship between pay and performance on any dimension. What now? Finally, you might ask, is that because good performing managers are then sent to bad performing firms? There's a great belief in the public sector in the kind of superhead, a person who can turn around a school or turn around a failing organization. The answer here is it doesn't appear that superhead type allocation drives the fact that people don't seem to be able to influence what happens in a long-term basis as they move between organizations. So it's not that well-paid people go to disaster basket cases to turn them round systematically. A few of them may, but a few don't. So, in summary, we can see that the market, the boards of these companies, and indeed the secretaries of state, believe that there are persistent differences in the ability of these individuals. But there's much weaker evidence of effectiveness in terms of being able to take this from one hospital to another. So in some senses, I think what we're saying is, what does the market reward? And it's certainly not being persistently able to improve an organization compared to not being able to improve an organization. So I think one of the things relates to other things that we've been talking about today, which is the role of governance and the role of politics. And I will end with a quote from the King's Fund think tank, which says, most of the senior managerial people seem genuine, intelligent people who create the impression they're going to solve obvious and long-running problems. A year or so later, it becomes apparent that nothing will change, and I suspect that the NHS organisation gives them very little room for manoeuvre or so much work to serve the machinery of the bureaucracy that they never make the decisions that you'd expect them to be capable of. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And next up we have Pedro to come up. You're going to be talking about extrinsic incentives, is that correct?
Yes.
Norms and image motivation. So there you go.
Good, thank you very much.
Very interesting case study coming up, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. So, several times this morning we've pinned our hopes on the right use of incentives. For many things, for innovation, for delivery of care. So this paper is about that, about whether different types of incentives work, but more than that, it's about the reasons why they work. And we analyze that in the context of a large-scale experiment we've been running for now over 3 years in Nigeria. Let me give you just a bit of context about this. So what evidence do we have that incentives really matter? A lot of it. And I think the next presentation is exactly about that. Now, I'm going to tell you about some nuances here. So most of the evidence we have is about the provision of monetary incentives, so paying people money for them to do things. Some evidence suggests that actually, in some contexts, non-monetary incentives can be more effective than just money. So the idea here is not to give you a payment in kind, to say, okay, I don't give you 10 pounds, I give you a bag of rice that is worth 10 pounds. That wouldn't make any sense. The idea is I give you something symbolic that still motivates you, that is much cheaper for the provider, and which perhaps doesn't have some of the negative consequences that we think monetary incentives can have. And I'm going to mention that in a second. Now, what we also know is that incentives don't always have the desired effect. So sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work, and sometimes they have exactly the opposite effect, which is they completely backfire. And there are several reasons in the theory why this could be. So this is a 15 minutes presentation. I'm going to mention two of them. One of them is that when we talk about provision of healthcare, for example, is the idea that people who engage in that, they do it because they want to signal to the community, to the society, that they are good, that they are generous people, altruistic. Now, if I pay you for that, then that signal is lost. It disappears. Oh, he's doing that because of the money, right? And in that case, it could even backfire. The other reason is that the provision of incentives could affect the perception of social norms, of what is acceptable, and this could go both ways. For example, you could say, well, someone is being given incentives, so do you think that how many hours of work per day do you think it's acceptable? Or the person could say more, although in the end, this person is being paid more. But on the other hand, you could say, well, this person is being paid more, so if he or she leaves, well, he's leaving money on the table. So it could go either ways. And we're going to focus on these two ideas. And we analyze this in the context of a large experiment. So Nigeria still has one of the highest rates of maternal mortality in the world. To tackle that, the Nigerian government has recruited, trained, and deployed in needy areas, so where there was lack of midwives, a large number of midwives, so 1,285 midwives in 500 primary health centers in all Nigerian states and capital. Now, we knew from previous experiments that one of the big problems in doing this is to retain the midwives there. So these are very places where it's really hard to work. And as you can see here in the graph, many of the midwives are very young and very inexperienced, less than 5 years of experience. Now, if you add to this the fact that they normally grew up in places that are less rural than the ones they are sent to, and that people there perhaps don't speak the same language, and also that they have a different religion, and you get to the very heart of the matter, and you understand that why is that in previous programs, midwives stay for a month or two, and many of them simply give up. To avoid that, the program gave incentives. Incentives for what? Incentives for retention. So we're giving incentives to midwives for them to stay longer where they were deployed to. What kind of incentives? Let me show you. But before, the questions we're trying to address. Question number one, what type of incentives work? Could it be money? Could it be money and non-monetary incentives, or perhaps they reinforce each other, and they could be complements, and it's better to pay them together rather than in isolation. Question number two, why do they work, or why do they fail to work? These are the questions we wanted to answer, and we will. But because of the way things happened, we ended up answering more questions that we didn't intend at the beginning. What happens if suddenly, without anyone expecting, the incentives are suddenly removed? So in the literature, we have some evidence suggesting that things could get even worse than when no incentives were given because of resentful demoralization, etc., etc. Also, if we incentivize retention, it means that some midwives will stay, some midwives will go. But are we keeping the best? Are we keeping the worst? Or doesn't it matter at all? These are the questions. What incentives? First of all, monetary incentives. So a midwife in Nigeria earns about 40,000 naira. The median salary in Nigeria is 35,000 naira. So we did focus group discussion meetings with midwives of different levels of seniority in 6 Nigerian states, the ones that have the biggest problems of retention. We asked them what would be an acceptable number, figure, to stimulate, to promote retention, right? So they gave us an interval that was between 25,000 naira and 40,000 naira. The government went for something in the middle, which was 30,000 naira. And the way this is paid is as follows. Let's suppose a midwife joins on the 1st of January. If she stays for 3 consecutive months, by the end of that period, she gets, over and above her salary, this 30,000. If she leaves in February, then she doesn't qualify to get the incentive, and so forth. Now, as I said, money isn't everything that matters. And so non-monetary incentives were also tested. What kind of non-monetary incentives? How do we know what this could be? Again, in these focus group discussion meetings, the first discussion was about the figure. How much money would we have to give you to keep you there? But now suppose we cannot give you that money. What is something else we can give you that would also motivate you to stay? And midwives discussed, they voted, and one of these, and then they sketched it. For example, here you have the picture of a uniform. They say, well, a uniform would motivate people to stay because I would be recognized in the street, and even the police would let me go first because I'm going to save lives, because I'm showing I'm good. Then you see this is kind of green ink. We procured according to specification, and here you have the special uniforms. The same was a suggestion for a calendar with Velcro where you can stick the pictures of midwives, so stuff that would never cross our minds. And again, because the idea is if we hang this at home or at the office, people will think we're great. Another one was a wall clock, right? In this case, this was driven by the north of the country. It is predominantly Muslim, and it would be also useful because of the prayer times. So these were the non-monetary incentives. How were they delivered? Exactly in the same way as the monetary ones. So again, a midwife joins in January. If she stays 3 consecutive months, well, she's entitled to her special uniform. If she drops in February, then she doesn't. And so on and so forth. And some midwives were given everything. Because as I said, we wanted to test whether these two things are complements, substitutes, or neither. And so, again, they get the money plus the uniform, the money plus the calendar, and so on. Now, this is a randomized evaluation. It's a field experiment. So the way that we did this was to randomize some primary health centers to a control group that get nothing. When midwives applied, they didn't know about incentives. Some get the money. Some get them on non-monetary incentives, and some, the lucky ones, get everything. We didn't really randomize midwives. We randomized groups of primary health centers because we didn't want them to talk to each other, right? So if I know that my neighbors are if I'm getting nothing and my neighbors are getting money, I may be demoralized by that, right? So we randomized 125 clusters of primary health centers. What do we find? Let's look at this. So what I've got here is, you see, this is the duration of service in days. The blue is for monetary incentives. The green is for both, those who get monetary and non-monetary. The red is for non-monetary only, and the yellow goes for control. You see, the lines are all on top of each other in the very beginning because it's the beginning. Nobody drops out. Right? So as time goes by, this pattern begins to emerge. So you see that when money is there, either separately or jointly with the uniforms and the rest of the stuff, so the blue line, the green line, midwives stay longer. They are much less likely to drop out. Those who get non-monetary incentives, they do as well or as badly as control. So we see that monetary works, non-monetary doesn't. It doesn't seem to matter whether you give things together or not. Now, what happened here was that more or less 9 months into the program, oil prices went down, and there was no money to pay, suddenly. So unexpectedly, the incentives were removed. What happens was that they dropped, but you see, attendance dropped, but it didn't get worse than in the beginning. And still, residually, those who got the money at some point, they are doing a bit better. Now, in terms of numbers, this means that monetary incentives reduced attrition by 20% of a baseline, of a control. The others were completely ineffective. Why did this work? Why did this happen? So one of the reasons was this idea of image motivation. I engage in this because I want to signal to society that I'm good, that I'm altruistic. If I'm seen receiving incentives, that may disappear. Could this be the case? So what we did was, before midwives even dreamed they would get any incentives, before the experiment began, we played an activity with them with real money, a substantial sum of money. So the idea would be, we would give you a sum of money, and you split this between your bank account and the Red Cross or Red Crescent, and nobody would know whether you kept the money or you gave it. That's in private. And then we say, now we're going to give you the same money again, but now we're going to announce the way you split the money to everyone who works in this primary health center. So that's the idea of image motivation. For those for whom it makes a big difference, or it makes a difference, it being public or private, those are the ones we're going to call image motivated. And the results suggest exactly that. So midwives who receive non-monetary incentives and who are image motivated, they are about 3 to 4 percentage points more likely to live, to go. So incentives actually backfired in a major way for them. Now, an interesting question is, could it be that, okay, this happens, but if we give them also the money, right, that will compensate for this negative effect? The answer is no, because in the group that got both the monetary and the non-monetary, midwives who were motivated by image, they are still much more likely to go. Let's talk about the other reason, the other channel. Why is that incentives work or fail to work? As I said, one idea is the following. Because I'm given incentives, this changes the way I perceive what's acceptable. Remember that? So at some point in the baseline questionnaire, midwives see a film. This is Dr. Okoli, who was the director of primary health care in Nigeria at the time, so someone respected and which midwives know. And she would say, to encourage you to stay in the place where you deployed to, we're going to give you this kind of monetary incentives, and they would sign a contract. And before having received anything, just the prospect of receiving it after that, we asked them some questions and to play some more games. And we did this. So we asked the following activity. There is a story, like a vignette. So Jamil is a midwife. She enrolled this program and she gets the same kind of incentives you're going to get. She left after 2 months. Is this acceptable? Unacceptable? And we go until we find the minimum length of stay that is acceptable to them. to make sure people paid attention, the idea was midwives had to guess what was the most popular answer amongst the midwives, and those who guessed would get an additional 1,000 naira. What do we see? Even without having received incentives, those who were told they would get monetary incentives, either separate or jointly, they think that the minimum acceptable length of stay is 15 months, while the others think it's 13 months. So even before the incentives were there, it cannot be that there are delays in paying or giving the uniforms. Even before all that, we see that these differences emerge. Finally, what kind of midwives are we retaining? Well, we looked at self-reported performance, which, as we know, can be biased in many, many ways. But the question here was, those that receive incentives, so those we incentivize to stay, do they behave differently in terms of number of deliveries, number of readmissions because of complications, antenatal care, community outreach, etc., etc.? And we never find any effect. So it doesn't seem to be that by providing incentives, we're keeping one type of midwives rather than the other. In summary, monetary incentives worked, non-monetary didn't. Why is that they didn't work? Well, for some, they actually backfired in a major way. They could have changed the social norms in a way that was detrimental. But this still doesn't explain why is that those who were not image motivated still didn't respond to them. I asked a colleague 2 years before, when we filed the pre-analysis plan of this, to guess the results. And she said non-monetary incentives are never going to work because midwives are people who society already perceives as pro-social. So they don't need the uniforms. They don't need this stuff to signal that. And she was right. What else? The unanticipated removal of incentives didn't cause all the horrible things that people feared that it might cause. And finally, it doesn't seem to matter whether we give incentives or not in terms of the midwives that we keep and those who go. Thank you very much.
Next up is Adam. Is Adam right? Oh, fantastic. Next to me. Adam is going to be talking about supply and demand side financial incentives in maternal and child health, where there's a considerable interest in both developed and developing countries in financial incentives targeted at healthcare providers. And Adam's actually from the World Bank. So.
Well, thanks very much to Franco and Carol for inviting me. So this is joint work with colleagues at, indeed, the World Bank, that bad institution that imposed cost recovery on countries all those years ago, as we heard earlier. And this is actually a systematic review and, as we call it, a mega meta-analysis. I had a sort of Donald Trump moment when we were into this work, thinking, who could have ever thought that a meta-analysis could be so difficult? Especially when you're trying to do a mega meta-analysis, it turns out to be really quite difficult. And the reasons, what I mean by a mega meta-analysis will become clear in a moment, and the reasons why we're doing it. So, background very briefly, a lot of interest in both developed and developing countries in financial incentives targeted at healthcare providers. In the developing country context, and I guess in a lot of developed countries too, the typical scenario involves moving away from what economists would call low-power incentives, like budgets and salaries, to a mix of low and high-powered incentives, basically rolling in performance-based finance or performance-based pay on top of budgets and salaries. I'm not going to say anything about countries that are starting from a situation where you have high-power incentives and the problem is somewhat different there. In both sets of countries, there's also interest in financial incentives focused on healthcare users. There are conditional cash transfers, user fee removals and waivers, vouchers, and health insurance expansion, where you're focusing very often on specific services. In the context of developing countries, it's a relatively small set of services revolving often around maternity and maternal and child health care. I should say that my own institution, the World Bank, is putting a lot of money into both sets of interventions. A large number of countries are borrowing from the World Bank with with help from donors who are funding large trust funds to help in the design and the evaluation of these programs. Typically, they're done by two different sectors. The health sector is in the lead on the first set of incentives, and largely it's the social protection sector who's working on the second. So some of you might say, well, you know, you're juxtaposing these two sets of interventions, aren't they really complementary? In practice, probably not. They're actually run by different parts of the World Bank and different parts of government within countries. So very often they are pitched as alternatives. All of this raises the question, what's the effectiveness of these different types of interventions and what's the cost effectiveness? And to try to get at this question, we're doing this comparative, or as we call it, mega-systematic review and meta-analysis. So rather than just doing a meta-analysis of one particular intervention like performance-based financing, we're going to be comparing one intervention, namely performance-based financing, with a family of alternative interventions that governments very often consider, namely these demand-side financial incentive schemes, and separating out these four different types of schemes that I'm mentioning here. We'll be focusing on maternal and child health in low and middle income countries, and today's presentation is really a progress report. You will hear much more if you come to Boston for the International Health Economics Association meeting in July, where you'll hear the full set of results. So basically what we have is this this green block here, which is performance-based financing, moving from low-powered incentives to a more high-powered set of incentives. The demand side, these four different types of schemes we're focusing on here. We're going to be doing these intervention-specific systematic reviews and meta-analysis, and then moving on to this comparative perspective, where we're going to be comparing across the different types of schemes. A lot of systematic reviews, I have to say, leave me rather cold because they don't actually help policymakers decide, should I be doing X or Y? They really help with the question, should I be doing X or nothing? Which is not often the question that policymakers will be struggling with. So with any systematic review, you have to delineate your particular areas of focus. In interventions, we're focusing on the five I've just mentioned: performance-based financing, conditional cash transfers, vouchers, health insurance, and user fees removal and waivers, focusing explicitly on low and middle income countries. The outcomes we're looking at are those that were key under the old Millennium Development Goals under maternal and child health. There was an official set of indicators. We're looking at those, but we're also looking at a supplementary list of indicators that were developed by the international agencies working on health back in the early 2000s. We also have to specify what constitutes good quality evidence. So we're pitching the bar here a little lower than one would do in the medical literature. We are, of course, admitting randomized controlled trials, but as economists, we also realize that a lot of evidence from particularly the developing world, but actually from the developed world too, doesn't come from randomized controlled trials, and there are a lot of governments around the world who are not willing to do randomized controlled trials in this sort of area. And if we were to focus only on RCT evidence, we would have a very small set of evidence. And it's unnecessarily restrictive in a way, because a lot of the other methods that we include do generate, we think at least, credible empirical evidence. So the ones that we're including in addition to RCTs are differences in differences, regression discontinuity, and instrumental variables. We are excluding multiple regression, propensity score matching, and interrupted time series. So that actually in practice means we throw out a lot of studies that some of you in this room may have written, for which apologies, but we had to set the bar somewhere. We undertook a very broad search of 7 academic databases. We went through the previous systematic reviews. We went through websites of think tanks, donors, and international agencies, actually in a very systematic way, looking at studies of who are the big think tanks, who are the relevant donors, and scouting all of those websites. We put out a call through social media, through blogs and Twitter and so on. And of course, as with all of this work, you stumble on papers, so there's sort of happenstance discovery. So this is the sort of prisma chart of a systematic review, kind of put on its side in a slightly more intuitive way, and it allowed me to get some more information in. We started searching through automated searches through these databases, came up with over 20,000 references. And one of the team and one other anonymous reviewer, they didn't know each other, and they still don't know each other actually, though one of them now knows the other's name, but they don't know. They know the other person is Kevin, but who Kevin is and where he is a mystery, known only to the three principal investigators. Over 95% of these references were excluded after just title and abstract screening. That whittles us down to 758 references, which were then assessed for eligibility via full-text screening by a kind of army of young people based in the Washington, D.C. area. After that process, we had 596 references were being excluded. And of those, 173 were excluded on the grounds that they didn't satisfy our method. So methodology was quite an important exclusion criteria in this. So of the 175 remaining references, we have data extraction going on for the meta-analysis. The little chart here gives you a sense of how these studies break down across these areas that we're looking at. So 31 studies focused on performance-based financing, a massive 87 on conditional cash transfers, only 9 voucher studies made it through. And some of these studies, 3 in particular, didn't have the necessary data for the empirical quantitative analysis and the meta-analysis. So this is where we are in terms of the studies. The left-hand chart here gives you a sense of how studies failed in terms of methods. So one scheme, in particular vouchers, there was a very high failure rate on methods. There are actually quite a few studies of voucher schemes in maternal and child health in the developing world. A lot of them use methods that didn't make our cut. So they would be using regression methods or propensity score matching or correlation analysis or whatever. Thank you. The right-hand scheme chart gives you a sense of where we are in terms of 3 outcomes: antenatal care, facility delivery, and postnatal care. And those are the only 3 outcomes I'm going to talk about today. The longer presentation will include lots of other outcomes as well. You can see that we've got a good number of PBF interventions in all 3 areas, but particularly on facility deliveries, which is where we're getting most of the evidence. So those of you who just kind of woke up and wanted a quick, summary and going back to sleep in a second, this is sort of the slide you want to focus on. So these are the effect sizes. So this gives you a sense of how many standard deviations increase you get as a result of the intervention for antenatal care, facility deliveries, and postnatal care. So what you can see if you look at the facility deliveries, across these studies, we are getting statistically significant overall effect sizes across all these studies for both demand-side and supply-side financial incentives. So both of those types of approaches are encouraging women to have their babies in a facility. Sometimes the outcome variable could be a little less strict than a facility delivery, but it will at least be a safe delivery. On antenatal care, by contrast, the overall effect sizes across these various studies is not significantly different from 0. On postnatal care, it's not significantly different from 0 for supply side, so performance-based financing interventions, but it is statistically significant in the case of demand-side interventions. This is a forest plot for antenatal care. It gives you a sense of how much variability there is across studies. The first group of studies are the demand-side interventions. The second group are the supply-side performance-based financing interventions. In the case of the demand-side interventions, these studies are kind of all over the place. And this figure here gives you a sense of how much divergence there is across studies. 50, that's 50 on a scale of 0 to 100. So there's quite a lot of heterogeneity across studies here. Much less heterogeneity, interestingly, across the supply side studies, where the evidence seems to suggest quite clearly that performance-based financing doesn't do much to increase antenatal care usage. This is facility deliveries. Here you're seeing a high degree of heterogeneity across both sets of studies, particularly across the demand-side interventions again. A lot of variation, and quite a lot of variation this time across the supply-side studies as well. The overall effect sizes are, as I said earlier, broadly comparable to one another, 0.09, 0.12, and 0 is not in the confidence interval in either case. Postnatal care, less heterogeneity this time across the demand-side studies, and really much less heterogeneity in the case of the performance-based financing. One factor in meta-analysis and systematic reviews that I hadn't really grasped is the importance that is put on studies with tight confidence intervals. That makes perfect sense if the methods you're using are exactly the same, if they are all RCTs. In this particular case, as I look at some of these studies, I'm starting to think, do I want to weight studies solely on the basis of the tightness of the confidence interval? There may be a very large study from India, for example, would have a very, very tight confidence interval simply because it's using a huge sample. But when I look at the study, I might think, I'm not so convinced about this one. I'm much more convinced about this much smaller RCT from this other study that was much smaller. So that's one issue. I've juxtaposed demand and supply side, but in a sense that's a little bit misleading, because if you think about it, really what we're interested in here is the economics of what's going on here. And these schemes vary a little bit in terms of the incentives they create. So for example, if we were to think about performance-based financing, that's increasing the income of the provider. It's doing nothing to increase the income of the consumer, but actually it's not very clear always what's happening to the price paid by the consumer. That seems to vary from one scheme to the next. If you think about vouchers, it reduces the price to the consumer, but that voucher is taken to the provider, and that provider gets the income from that voucher. So in fact, that's not really a pure demand-side intervention. It's true that it doesn't increase the income of the consumer, unlike, say, a conditional cash transfer scheme, which does increase the income of the consumer. And in those programs, it's not always clear what's happening to the price paid by the consumer or to the income of the provider. So our next piece of work is to really dig down into the details of these schemes and to try to figure out what is actually going on in terms of the economics of the incentives. So very quickly, a lot of interest in these demand and supply side financial incentives, so that's perhaps a little too simplistic to juxtapose them like that. A lot of the studies that we've reviewed didn't make it because even though we set the bar lower than the medical literature, a lot of them don't come up even to that somewhat lower bar. That said, it's clear that there is evidence that the demand and supply side of incentives have increased facility deliveries. Demand side of incentives have also increased postnatal care. Neither has had much effect, if any, on antenatal care, and we're analysing these other outcomes. And there's a lot of heterogeneity, particularly in some areas across the studies, that we're now going to try to dig down and try to understand the sources of that variation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Adam. Last but certainly not least is Michael. Where's Michael? Fantastic.
So I'm just going to provide some commentary about the three different presentations.
Michael, we do need a microphone, otherwise the people... Oh, you've got one. Okay, good. Otherwise the people remotely can't hear.
Is it not working?
No, you can hear. Fine.
So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to comment on the three quite diverse papers, actually. So I'm currently at the Global Fund for AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and
We've been in the forefront of trying to introduce payment for results similar to the kinds of work that Adam has described in particular. And we work very closely with the World Bank. And I think it's very interesting to see this review because this is a big point of contention among the donor community about how much to move in the direction of what is called performance-based financing. So I think it's important to understand that, as Adam pointed out, that there are many different things that are bucketed in this broad category. So the most common approach is to provide health centers with some type of incentive-based payments, sort of to make it simple, to pay them more or less on fee-for-service, and to autonomize the health facilities, to make them independent and to give them their own bank account, and then to have relatively rigorous data verification on the data that comes in from those facilities. So I think if you talk to most people who work on PBF systems, that's what they would see as the three principal components of it. And the first randomized control trial that was done in Rwanda, which was largely actually funded by the Global Fund, but was done in collaboration with the World Bank, and that actually did have like an RCT-based approach, showed actually a really significant effect actually on healthcare utilization. And as a result of the experience in Rwanda, it was then rapidly rolled out across many African countries. I mean, Adam put up many of the different studies, but there's like one in Tanzania, there's Burundi, there's a lot going on, particularly in Africa. It's important to emphasize that in the African context, generally this is in an NHS-style system where they have health centers that historically have been on budget with no incentives. So you're moving from a non-incentive based system to something that has at least some incentives at the health center level. But I would say that the initial findings from the Rwanda scheme have generally not been replicated in other countries. And for example, we actually had a collaborative venture with the bank and Gavi in Benin that has not actually shown to even increase healthcare utilization. Though we are participating in another one in the DRC that does appear to be successful. And again, the question becomes, what constitutes success? Because part of the success of using a PBF scheme with multi-donor partners is the ability for the different donors to collaborate together into a single scheme and to decrease fragmentation of the different financing. So for example, in the case of DRC, if you have Gavi, the Global Fund, and the World Bank working together and financing facilities all together in a coherent way, that you actually have improvements to the overall governance of the system, even though the effect size may not be that large. But what I would say, going back to some of the things that Peter said, in the end, part of this has to do with the design of the system. And so many health economists spend a lot of time doing evaluation of poorly designed interventions, actually. So I think Benin is a perfect case in that. I think that generally most people would say that the PBF scheme in Benin was going to fail from its inception. And so it's not really surprising then to do an evaluation and find that it was not successful. Because I think that we know from many of these studies that that the incentives are often too small to actually generate any meaningful incentives, that there's still a lot of bureaucratic rules about retaining the funding. And so it's not really necessarily that surprising that poorly designed interventions fail, actually. And I think that's a real challenge to health economics because we use these very complex methods to evaluate very poorly designed interventions, actually. So, and unfortunately, that's been my experience. What I would say is the most interesting part is really on the demand side. So I think demand-side incentives, which started in Latin America, particularly with Progreso and Bolsa Familia, and again have had very positive evaluations, have not been rolled out. So this trust fund, for example, the $1 billion trust fund that Adam is working with, almost all of the interventions have been on the supply side, and there's been very little on the demand side. And demand-side interventions are the most neglected part of the sort of intervention area that we're working on, and it's an area that we have a particular interest in the Global Fund. And I would just use the example of something like tuberculosis, which would lend itself to demand-side incentives because you have people that need to be on treatment for long periods of time, and yet we provide all of the incentives on the supply side and nothing on the demand side. And again, it's not necessarily surprising that we don't fail. So if some research comes out from this work about the complementarity between demand and supply side incentives, and particularly the potential to use demand side incentives more, I think that would be really positive, because I think we've spent way too much time worrying about the supply side incentives. So when I was at the OECD, I did a book with Peter Smith and some other colleagues on these kind of supply side incentives in OECD countries. So I think the first important point is that almost no country was willing to do a randomized control trial or even actually a relatively sophisticated study design to actually look at the effects of these, which is an interesting political economy question. So the most famous and probably most important of all pay-for-performance schemes in this area happens to occur here in the United Kingdom with the implementation of the QOF, which is the largest pay-for-performance scheme in kind of almost in history in primary care, and yet it was not really designed with any evaluation in mind, and it actually has not been well evaluated, and actually most studies of it show that it actually had virtually no effect. Though I think that we could have a debate of whether or not the QOF actually improved primary care. I think many people would say it improved the governance of primary care, even though it's very difficult to identify the effect size. And similarly, the French case, COPI, which is another famous one, was not actually very well evaluated, and the evaluation that was done didn't show very much of an effect size. If you look at most of the American experiences, they didn't really show much of an effect size. So it's not really that surprising. I think, again, if you go back to it, it's really a design issue, because the QOF would work if it was designed properly. But again, the QOF was not necessarily designed to incentivize primary care providers. It was incentivized to give more money to general practice, which the government was planning to do anyways. I think there's a mismatch between the kind of work on demand-side incentives for individuals versus providers. So I think that the PBF scheme and a lot of the work in health financing is largely about incentivizing service provider organizations like hospitals and primary care providers. When it comes to pay for performance for individuals, it's a much more complex issue. And if you look at the human resource literature, it doesn't really necessarily show that much effect. But I do think that if anybody who's worked in countries that have moved to a fee-for-service system from a budget-based system, generally fee-for-service systems will actually improve productivity quite rapidly in a budget-based system. So, I mean, you can see that in the former Soviet Union. So I do think that incentives do indeed work, and it obviously depends on the context, though I'm not really clear on the ultimate implication on how it filters down to individual incentives, to individual workers, say, working in a hospital. And I think that, as you say, is a very important agenda item. And then finally, just a funny comment on CEOs in the NHS. So first of all, just even the idea of a hospital manager in the NHS is quite an entertaining idea to me. So I worked in the strategy unit in the Department of Health, and one of the things, particularly originally not being from the UK, I was really struck by, and particularly coming from DFID, is there were 3 tribes actually in the NHS. So in most of the civil service, you have 2 tribes. You have like the civil servants, the mandarins, and then you have some of the technical people, the boffins, actually. And they don't like each other at all, actually. So civil servants and sort of the academics or more technical people. But in the NHS, you have this third very unusual group of people, which are the NHS managers, who actually really come from quite a different culture. They come from a different class background. Many of them actually from a working class background. They didn't go to Oxbridge or do PPE. In fact, David Nicholson was a member of the Communist Party for many, many years, and reminded me most of having worked in the former Soviet Union as a hospital manager, quite reminiscent of a hospital manager from the Soviet health system. So, and I think that generally the view in the NHS is that it's an administered system. It's not really a system where you have like managers, actually. And in fact, they don't even teach them management. I mean, they have no real management training, stuff like that. So I have to say I'm not particularly surprised not to really see very much effect, but I would say this is a case where I think anthropology might be the most useful discipline.
Wow. let's let the other panelists follow it, because we are going to open up the discussion for a few minutes. Believe it or not, we might end up almost on time at the end of the day today, so we've caught up a little. Having just heard about hospital managers, our first couple of questions. Sorry, I've gone and... First two questions for you, Carol. First one, perhaps. Well, I suppose there's a desire in the room for some positivity. What is? You know, we've learned that the CEO is either incapable or through their own self or through the organisation. But let's take the second one first. If CEOs cannot turn around the sinking ship of an acute trust, what or who can? And then, what has got the biggest influence on hospital performance if it's not the CEO?
Okay, well, I mean, I rather like Michael's analogy. I've always felt that studying NHS CEOs, I did really need a degree in anthropology, possibly, rather than statistics. However, I kind of will say that I think there's two things going on. One is there is a belief in CEO management, which is why you see such a high turnover in CEOs, and a belief that importing a new CEO will turn you round. It's interesting that actually this belief is probably wrong in most companies, except perhaps football managers, where football managers actually can be shown very clearly, and an ex-colleague of mine from here did, that they do make a difference to their teams, whatever their wailing supporters say. But increasingly, the literature suggests that actually the CEO and the top team doesn't necessarily have much of an impact, even in large corporate firms. What does seem to have an impact in NHS hospitals, and relates to some other work that Nick Bloom, John Marina, and Stefan Seiler and I did, and that team have also done with Rafaela Sadun at Harvard, is that middle management, and this relates to Michael's question, training middle management in hospitals to have better quality management practices does appear to have some influence on hospital performance. And indeed, we showed that for the NHS, and they've shown that for a variety of countries, mainly rich countries across the OECD. So I think what happens, I think that probably answers both of the questions. It's not what has the biggest influence, but it's clear that management does matter at middle level. Now, many medics claim that management and ideas matter at the bottom, which of course it does. In an individual production model, it matters, the quality of the researcher matters, the quality of the clinician matters. The problem with things like checklists is that they're often very difficult to scale up, because they often work because the person putting them in, or the team that puts them in, is motivated to make them work. And actually transposing many of those across organizations hasn't proven so successful. So I'd say that if I had to put my money anywhere, it would be on middle management.
Place your bets. If anyone wants to ask a question in the conventional way, please just raise your hand. In the meantime, I will go to Pedro, if that's okay. You might need to put your microphone close to you again. Here's a question for you. Was there consideration to include powering the midwife through providing systems thinking, critical analysis, training tools as an incentive? Why and why not?
Oh, that's a very good question. The answer is no. We thought about that. So something I should have explained and I didn't, because we had 15 minutes. It was late in the day. So we worked very closely with the Nigerian government, and the intervention as it is something that had been designed by the Nigerian authorities. Now, one reason for not including tools and training, tools, well, that's part of the job. You wouldn't call it an incentive to make you work harder or stay longer just because we give you. Second, the intervention also upgraded most of the facilities and made sure that at least the very basic equipment was indeed there. So there is no variation in that, and it wouldn't be ethical to say, okay, we give you the tools, we don't give the tools to someone else.
Tools as in physical implements. I mean tools as
Right.
So as a point of clarification.
Very good. So that could be another, that would be interesting for another study, whether quality, right, and knowledge matter. So what we did here was during the baseline, because there is the idea that in developing countries, some healthcare providers are so bad, right, that all they need is training first. So what we did, we went to the biggest midwifery school in Lagos, and we got an exam from them. Then we gave this exam to all the 1,285 midwives, and all of them passed. So at least in theory, they didn't seem to be so much in need of training as other studies seem to show. Now, one reason for that is that many of these midwives were very young and very inexperienced, but fresh from school. So they still remembered all these things, right? So this is the best answer I can give to that question. That said, another evaluation of providing training versus control is something that would make a lot of sense.
Can I make a clarification?
Mm-hmm.
Just as a point of background of my question is that I'm an associate professor in the States and I teach health informatics. And I do it using basically a conceptual framework to take these frontline workers that are nurses, that are hospital managers, and give them a way to do root cause analysis of what is in front of them. I also work as a nurse practitioner, so in the States that means I'm an independent practitioner, and so when I'm on the hospital unit, essentially I'm in a very high acuity scenario. I'll have 30 patients for the day. The midwives are not in such a different situation. Yes. And so if you are showing them a way to actually become the person that they turn to for the answers to the questions that they otherwise haven't had training. Carol, you touched on this with the training of managers, and I think that you mentioned this as well, is that everything in the healthcare systems are generated by money and politics, but we don't train anybody. We approach it from a business model, but we give them no tools in which to be able to approach this. So in the use of the conceptual framework, teaching them how to identify the problem is one piece of it, but then having them go to the evidence and then be able to implement it to create the solutions is where we get the longevity and the resilience of these people that create a financially viable, sustainable, and reproducible model.
Very interesting point. Very, very quickly, I cannot answer it with this study. There is another study by Dave Evans and Mario Maches. So the idea was to, in Nigeria, in some of these facilities, which we stratified across the arms of our intervention, a South African management consultancy firm gave not just midwives, nurses, doctors, training and guidelines, right? And so one arm was guidelines and training, the other one was nothing, and the other one was guidelines, training, and monitoring. So the training and guidelines, after 2 months, you cannot distinguish that from control. Mm-hmm. The ones that get monitoring, those do better, right? In terms of basic things that people can actually change, not major things, but having the facility clean enough, for example, having the vaccines in the fridge rather than in a place that is not a refrigerator.
I appreciate you entertaining this question, and I think that the most important point from my perspective is that if we're going to deal with these types of things, we have to look at long-term change and not short-term change.
Absolutely.
And that's where we really have to analyze the systems and how we go about training the people that are running the systems. Yeah.
Agree. Couldn't agree more.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Swiftly over to Dr. Borowitz. Here's a question that's rising through the ranks for you. You dismissed the studies as a poor methodology. What evidence do you have that a different, well-designed intervention would actually work?
I'm not sure that I was just making the point that in OECD countries, that there's rarely rigorous design of large-scale interventions about, say, for example, the cough. So that's my only point, really. I mean, though I do think there is scope. I mean, and to use rather than doing randomized controlled trials, as Adam pointed out, there's a lot of new methodologies, and particularly if you target the rollout in a right way, that you can create the conditions that allow much more control and more rigor in the studies. And unfortunately, we haven't seen that as much as but I think that actually is possible. But unfortunately, the kind of things like the RAND social experiment, I mean, no one really seems to have the appetite to do that, which I think is really quite unfortunate, if you ask me. So.
Can I add something? Adam can probably add. I'll simply say that I think it's very difficult, at least in a rich country setting, to persuade a minister not to roll out their idea to the whole country immediately. It's just very difficult politically, and I think that's what you're reflecting, Michael.
I will strongly support that, because in France we have this kind of egalitarian philosophy,
Exactly.
which every time we suggest to have an experimentation just by phasing through time, we have a lot of union and various groups opposing that in the name of equality of access.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just so I'm not sure whether the question was directed at that or the OECD point or the point you made about the poorly designed intervention. So I'm not sure if it was poorly designed studies or poorly designed intervention. So just to be clear, Michael, what I was saying, you said the Rwanda evidence was very strong. It was a very successful trial. The Rwanda study is in there. So I just want to be clear. The Rwanda study showed no effects on antenatal care.
Really?
It did show effects on facility deliveries, and there was no analysis of postnatal care. So actually, the results that I showed for the overall effect size is actually consistent with what came out of Rwanda. And I just want to be clear. The results I showed for the overall effect size shows that in terms of facility deliveries, both demand-side and supply-side incentives worked. So I wouldn't want people to go away thinking this has all been a complete waste of time. So in terms of getting women to deliver their babies in clinics, which is an important part of the MCH agenda, both of these schemes have had positive effects. So where they've fallen down is on getting women to come and have antenatal care and also have follow-up care after they've delivered their babies. The first doesn't surprise me very much. You know, it's actually hard for clinics to go out and get women and say, you've got to come to antenatal care. That's really got to be done on a community health worker basis, and there are some of the more recent interventions that the World Bank's been supporting have actually focused on community health workers. So, and that's where I think that demand-side interventions have potentially more traction, because there you're actually targeting women who are about to give birth, and you give them a financial incentive to come to the clinics and get their antenatal care. So, I think this is where the demand side and the supply side are potentially complementary, as you say, and I'm glad to hear that the Global Fund is interested in branching out from supply side to what I've been calling here demand side interventions. I just take issue with you slightly on the question of poorly designed interventions. I think people like you and me who work for these big organizations should point out that we shouldn't be spending money on poorly designed interventions. If you and I really know beforehand these are not going to work, we should be standing up and saying that. I'm not so sure we really knew that ex ante. You may have known it, but I wasn't smart enough to know.
Yeah, no, I mean, we can have a separate side conversation, but I think if you look, Adam, if you looked at the Benin RBF scheme, you would say it wasn't going to work, actually. And we invested a lot of money into the Benin one. And I think that we make a mistake that they're all the same. Like the Benin one is very different from the Rwanda one. So that's the only point that I was making, actually. So.
Just a quick just a quick comment I wanted to make. I overlapped with Michael at the OECD, and after Michael left, we did a follow-up report looking at payment reform in OECD countries. And again, came across the whole issue on financial incentives. And we actually asked countries, because we do a survey on various questions on the health system, on which ones were picking up sort of a performance-based kind of quality of care approach in there, wherever they were in the health sector. And every year that we've done the survey, more and more countries are doing it. So they still are drawing on using these types of tools. We can talk about how much the evidence says about it, but politically there's a lot of interest in it. The second quick thing I just wanted to add was on the evaluation kind of critique. When we did our work on looking at countries on payment reform, not all, but I think a handful were thinking about sort of halfway through a reform to do some type of pilot evaluation. So they want to actually draw on that to do some kind of change potentially to payment. So it's not sort of widespread, but I think there was some acceptance on some countries to actually look at, maybe we can't do something at the end, but can we inform our decision making? And I think some countries were far more open to that approach than others.
Any response or any final questions from the audience? Okay, I'm going to hand back to Franco, who's going to give us some concluding remarks as we're out of time. But thank you so much from myself. I've really enjoyed the conversation today. Been a pleasure to moderate.
Thank you, Paul. I don't really mean to hold you up any longer. We have refreshments waiting upstairs. And I think they're well deserved. It's been a long day, full of insights, full of food for thought, I think. I just want to finish with some thanks. We need to thank our wonderful speakers in all three sessions. They've been really great. I just wish we had more time for discussion. Clearly there's been a bit more of an opportunity in the final session. I wish there was more in the earlier sessions as well, because I think we would have really enjoyed your participation in the debate. Let me also thank Paul, of course, for his great moderation throughout the day. And the people who have been working a lot behind the scenes to make this happen. First of all, Lorenzin, that many of you have been communicating with, who will be upstairs waiting for us with drinks. Jack Olney, our center manager, who has been in contact again with many of you, and all the technical staff at Imperial College have really been doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, and we look forward to keeping in touch with you in the future. Thank you.